All right, let me see what we got here. Oh, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to all you fine folks around the world. Oh, another fine day today. Let's do an audio check as we always do. Make sure everything's working. Oh, yeah, the joys, the joys. Gotta love the technology. Sometimes it just goes a little stupid on you know what I'm saying? But I think we can handle it. Testing 1, 2. Let me see what this is. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Oh, that's not too bad right there. Don't want to overdrive it. It'll sound like crap. Let's not overdrive it. Let's do that. What's up, people? Oh, yeah. What's going on, everyone? Let's see here. Probably confused the crap out of just about everybody out there because I was like, okay, we had our clocks turned back 1 hour last night. Obviously, it gained an hour. And I was like, well, I'm not going to be home until a little bit later. Why don't I set it for 1? You know, then you go, well, if you were going to do it the normal time, you probably would have had to do it at 11 in order to, you know what I'm saying? So either way, I wouldn't have been home. So I said, well, I'll just make it for 1 Eastern time. So I think it messed with a lot of people that are probably going, I don't know what time this thing's at. It's like, you know, but it is what it is. We are here. We are here. Renee V, what's happening? You said, hello, Chris in chat. Elaine Millard, what's happening? I'm not sure why your message got retracted. I don't know why that is, but let me move this over here. This is a little cluttered here. Planetary Protector, what's happening? Hello, everyone. Happy Sunday. What's going on there? Planetary Protector. Good to have you in there. Daniel Lee, what's happening? Say hi, evening, everyone. Hope everyone having a great weekend. Hope you're well, Chris. Looking forward to the Hangouts. Yay, Danny Liverpool. Yay. What's going on over there at the big pond? Over the big pond there, is it decent weather? We're having like unseasonably warm temperatures here. We're supposed to be like in I think it's low to mid 70s all week here. Now, don't get me wrong, we'll be in the 40s, and of course this is Fahrenheit. This is not Celsius. I know you guys go into Celsius, but Fahrenheit, and that's supposed to be. It's unseasonably warm. And I know we're not the only ones. There's a lot of places the weather's really been weird. And of course, that's got to do with, you can almost bet on, you know, what's going on with the sun and everything else. And sometimes not so much. In other words, it could be just about anything, right? You know, because we are in the cycle, 11-year cycle. All the planets start to warm up. All kinds of crazy stuff happens, earthquakes, whether it be maybe a volcano, maybe erupting, just starting to get a little rowdy. Bad weather patterns. Yeah, it's all that good stuff. You know how it is. All that good stuff. MG Toe, what's happening? Good to have you in there. Said, where he be? Here I be. I know. I was actually jumped in there, what, 7 minutes past, roughly? James Wendell, what's going on? Say hello, Chris. Haven't seen any videos from Mars Anomalies in a while. I thought the government had just shut everyone down. No, they're in fact they just put one out not long ago. It was like a day or two ago. So you know, during the week, it was Wednesday. Was it Wednesday? Thursday? Oh, we are Sunday, so it's Friday. I guess it was. I'm telling you, the days blur by when you're like busy. You're just going, what day is it again? But yeah, it all comes back to me. Custom Tailored One, what's happening? I said, hey everyone, what's going on? Good to have you in there. Jake Parker, hey Chris, hey Jake, what's happening? Troubles blading, what's cracking peeps? Actually here on time, yes. Yeah, we kind of switched it up a little bit too, I guess, like I said, with the hours and stuff, so maybe that helped you a little bit, you know. Elaine, you said, hi Chris and everyone, hope you're doing good. We'll be back soon, got a weekly family call. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, stay in touch with the peeps, you know what I'm saying? B. Baker, good to have you in there, man. Good to have you in there. Say, hi, Chris, folks. Nice to see you live, no doubt. Scott Doran says, sup? What's going on? Good to have you in there, Scott. Daniel Lee, the weather is crap and raining here. Yeah, we had like a little shower here. We're supposed to have more rain, and then it's supposed to get slightly cooler. In other words, like right now, it's like 79 degrees out, and it was actually hit like 81, 82. That's unseasonable, like I said. It's not usually the typical weather here, you know what I'm saying? So, Scott Doran, you said 76 here in New York for the last 3 days. Isn't that wild? And tell me that's typical. You know what I mean? Not likely, yeah. Mr. Mike Knapp, what's happening? Good to see you in there as well. He said, hi all, just in time. Last couple of minutes of soccer Liverpool are winning. Yes, be with you soon. Oh, okay, I know what you mean. Yeah, that game should be almost ending. I didn't watch it, but I was just going through all the sports channels and seeing that. Troubles Waiting says, hi, Polar in UK, our skateboard full of water, LOL. Started watching that guy you suggested going about the solar flare. Yeah, I mean, you know, it's very informative. Ben's pretty much informative about what's going on. And I recommend everybody just, you know, check the channel out. And it may save your life. You know what I mean? And we may even touch a little bit on that as well. Before we even get into, we actually have a GigaPan we can dive into and check that out. One of my favorites, and you'll see what I'm talking about because I've done a video on this very one. But you know, sometimes, well, not sometimes, a lot of times, you go on like Facebook, a lot of these places, and it'll rehash old pictures I've probably done in 2014. You know what I mean? Rehash. And I don't blame the people putting it on there because they're just now seeing this for the first time. So you can't blame them for that. However, it's to us, it's like, old hats. You know, it's not a big deal. But what I love about it is that it does actually bring back sometimes. You're going, wow, it's been a long time since I've seen that one. Let's go back over there for the people who have not seen it. Now, you know, and some of these things are worth going back to because then sometimes you see something a little differently, if you know what I mean. Sometimes you look at a photo and go, oh yeah, a lot of interesting things. 2 days later, come back, wow, I never even seen that before. It's happened to me doing my videos. It just happens. Yeah. B. Baker says, transmission started, hee. Robert Kermit Cole, hey, how's it going? It's going well, Robert, how are you? Hope you're doing well. Alien Tenno, good to see you in there as well. Says hi, Chris and Chad. Goatheart, what's happening? Hello there, Chris, and the whole Mars Anomalies community. What's happening, Goatheart? Good to have you in there as well. Richard Bunt, you found any Martians yet? Can't say that I have. Although there was one, and I'll probably do this in a quick video because it was cool, but kind of amusing at the same time. I know that sounds kind of weird. You go, well, if it's a Martian, that would be pretty interesting. However, I saw it on his Facebook page, and there's she's a researcher, Sarah Runcie, I think her name is, really does some really good work finding a lot of anomalies in these photos, and one of them literally looks like these little people or something like that, and it's almost like a doorway coming out of like a hill. It's really, really bizarre. When you see the original, and then you see how slight enhancement, and I'm talking about just to pop it a little bit, it really does look like that. Now, whether it is or not, I don't know. But she's a really good researcher there, no doubt. She's been around for years as well. And it's good to have people still hanging in there doing that, right? Bush Corey Gaz, what's happening? Says, hey, hello, Chris. How you doing, mate? Hi, all. I'm doing well, Bush Corey. Good to see you in there. Hope you're doing well over there. Leslie Ann Warren, what's happening? Say, hey, Chris. How are my friends? Nice to see you. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well, too. I know you just had gotten over that. I think it was a COVID or that other, what was it, the Omicron strain, wasn't it? I hope you're doing well. I hope you're better today. Robert, you said I have had new interest in many things from the channel you have recommended, like Alien Hunt. Oh, yeah. Alien Hunt is a good channel. Highly recommend them. Long Island, New York, 1395. What's happening? Good to see you in there. Says, hello. I can only stay for an hour. Not a problem. Good to have you in there, man. Patriots Revenge. Is Mars really turned blue? Yeah. Well, from a distance, it looks red, right? But lately, when you have, well, when I say lately, it's actually years ago, when you had like India send their mom spacecraft up there, their satellite, and ESA has done the same. When they get close up to the planet, the majority of it may be brown, but it still has greens, what looks like an atmosphere, bluish atmosphere, so on and so forth. So it depends on how you look at it. Most people go, well, hell, I got a telescope. I look through it, that damn thing looks red all the time, or orangey color. I went, of course. The majority of the planet is probably dead. It's a desert. What would you see from a distance away? Now, as far as atmospherics, if you get a lot of that dust in the air, it's still going to appear kind of reddish orange, right? So, but once it does calm down and come down a little bit, what happens? Well, then you might see a little bit of bluish. Bush Corey said, Chris, do you get more excited about finding structures on Mars or Moon? Yes. I mean, it doesn't matter to me. I'm equally excited because you just don't know what you're going to find. Now, don't get me wrong, you have a lot more photos to dig through as far as Mars than you do the Moon, right? The Moon, it's not like they have an updated photo every day or every other day or whatever it may be, whereas Mars they do, and there's many more spacecraft. Now, I'm sure they're taking photos of things, and because you get the LRO, like orbiting the Moon constantly. They can change position, do whatever, and they're probably seeing all kinds of stuff, and they've been going through this for years, maybe close up, slowing it down, doing whatever they do. I don't know. But you can bet they're seeing astronomical things in there that you and I would be at awe. It's one thing to like bring it into a photo and really look at this thing and go, wow, that's just weird, that's wild and cool at the same time. But just imagine unedited snapshot taken and then delivered right here to Earth. You get firsthand to see this thing in all its glory without it being messed with at all. That would be interesting. That's the he said, dealing with damn fireworks. Well, that's not good. Godard said, Darcy Ware brought out a new doc called Secret Space UFOs about the early NASA missions. I recommend. All right, okay. Now, what did you see that, Godard? Did you see it on particular, platform, or was it here on YouTube? Long Island, New York. Said, anyone see the blood moon? I haven't. I really haven't had the chance, really, but. Zach Bowman, thank you from Boulder, Colorado. Love your work. Chris for president. That would be interesting. Chris for president. Dun, 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 dun. There'd be a whole lot of people who wouldn't like me. First of all, I'd be like, okay, DOD, come up, let's go. I'd figure a way to strong arm hold them or something like that and say, we need to know what's really going on. I love that they're still saying, we're going to build a team of researchers, try to explore this UFO phenomenon, blah, blah. Oh, come on. Maybe to the mainstream scientist, I get it. But they're leaps and bounds ahead of anybody as far as your normal scientists, as opposed to scientists and geologists and all of these scientists working for NASA, all these other 3 or 4 letter space agencies. So they're in the know. As far as mainstream scientists, meaning people not working for these people, they're like, yeah, let's get together and find out. It's like, really? I mean, come on now. Richard Bunty said, I think space is a sandbox. Everything. Oh, okay. Even Earth and all stories have been created before. That's a very good possibility, Richard. You know what I'm saying? It's like, I don't know. I think you're right. I mean, really. It's like somehow stories, I don't care what they are, they're just rehashed or just brought out again, right? Yeah. Corey, you said we need a whistleblower. I hear that. We actually had a couple. We had Ken Johnston on. We had, what do you call it? Even though, well, Billy's not a whistleblower, but he does do a lot of, investigations and stuff like that of his own. So it's pretty interesting. And he actually talks with other people, which is cool. But, yeah, definitely need to have one just like a rogue and just like, I've had enough. Let's put this stuff out now. Trouble's blading. I don't know what this is. It keeps saying message retracted. I don't know if it's something you're doing or because it's twice now I've seen the message retracted. Cameron, what's happening? How are you, Chris? On this Sunday, I'm doing well. Just chilling, and I said, you know what? Can't wait. Let's get rocking and rolling. But I was just like literally saying, oh, I need to, I was getting some things done in the house, and I said, I'm trying to hurry up. I kept doing this, kept looking at the watch. It's like, well, I guess we'll make it for, well, I already put it on the community, which I probably should have done a quick video, like, 30-second video saying we're going to have a hangout, but there was just no time. I was just too busy to be able to get it out. Richard Wood, you said, good to see you back, all the way from England. Well, it's good to be back. Yeah, it's basically just, work gets in the way and it's tough, you know what I'm saying? And I hate that. It's just the way my schedule is temporarily. And like I was just telling everybody last week, I think it was, that even one of the videos I had said that what I want to do is hopefully get back on track like we were doing, have at least 2 to 3, and no less, videos a week. And like I said, the owner has another building that they'll be opening, and another store. So, that'll take place where you have to restock all of that store and then get back to some normalcy at some point, right? It's been crazy. Samo Gufonian Rockstar, what's happening? Good to see you in there, man. What is going on? Oh, okay, Goat. You said, Chris, I don't remember where I watched Darcy's documentary, but I believe it was Amazon. Okay. We'll have to check that out. Corey, you said, return trip to the moon or one-way trip to Mars? I think I'd go to Mars. Yeah, I think I'd do that. Of course, my wife is not too keen on that, but it'd be all right. It's kind of like the people who went to the moon. It's like they're going, it's so worth it. I mean, now, don't get me wrong, if you go, you could die, that's not worth it. But I mean, as far as like finding out what's really there, are you kidding me? Can you imagine that? Something nobody will ever see, like, compared to people who are going to go. It's just crazy, right? Ricardo Petrozzi, what's going on? Good to have you in there, sir. Thank you for your support as always. Said, Buenos noches, Cantores de Anomalies. Sorry for being late. Busy day. What's on the agenda today, Chris? Well, we have a couple of things to talk about. We'll actually even dive into a GigaPan, which is pretty sweet. And like I said, I've said this earlier, where I've already done this particular area, and to me, it's just like, it's almost like a no-brainer. And you just look at this thing and go, that's exactly what this thing looks like. You can throw that pareidolia crap out the window. When you look at this, it absolutely does look like it. And like I said, you people have been following me along. You know this. But when you see this, you got to go, oh, that absolutely looks like that object. It is pretty cool. Custom Tailored One, you say, hey, Chris, have you thought about doing any more on Antarctica? I have, and I probably will be doing more on it. So stay tuned for that. What the heck was that? Oh, okay. So the way I looked at this thing, and it kind of jumped at the same time. So it had like two people's comments like mixed. I was like, what the heck? It's like it got stuck, and then okay. It's like decided to work. But yeah, I have thought about that. I don't have one yet. I have photos I need to dig into still. I haven't finished going through those. But like I had mentioned before, I didn't drop the link, and now that I think about it, I have not dropped the link to the other page where it was Sarah's thesis and her work on the Antarctica page. I need to drop that link. And you may have it on one of my Antarctica photos where I did put her thesis. Now, like I said, I put it into like a scrolling book, and it's like 3 hours and 10 minutes long. So, it's got some like classical music or something like that mixed in. Of course, you can always mute that and speed it up if you needed to, if you can read quickly, see the photos and everything else. Really interesting. But the new one, I need to drop the link to the page, and it may still do it anyway, but it looks like there's more information has been put on there, which is really good, because I'm intrigued by it. I don't know about you folks, but there's some really cool stuff down in Antarctica. Now, don't get me wrong, we know that the military's been there for years, probably in the 30s and 40s, I believe it was, so it's not like it's something new. So you may find structures that obviously will be military, but the one we had done, both Sarah and I, where she pulled the photo up, we went through it, we looked at the photos, and she gave me a couple of these. I went, oh my God, these are so doctored up. And we found some incredible structures that these things just doesn't, I'm not saying that man could not build. I'm just saying it's the design of these things, and if they've been there for quite a while, guess what? I mean, that may not be ours, and there's a very good chance it is not. And going back to what we were talking about, how the sunspot, you got CMEs and everything coming from the sun, and all kinds of activity. If that does happen, where it weakens, you know, the ozone over the North Pole, picture this: melting of more ice around the world, Antarctica as well. Maybe this is the reason why they've been all over Antarctica, trying to pull out whatever they could, because at some point, satellites are going to see more and more of this. And I'm not talking about Americans. I'm talking about everybody who has a spacecraft that goes over the Antarctic will be able to see these wild things there. And it wouldn't matter if they found them then, because they're going to say, oh, look, a new discovery. That doesn't mean all the technology was not pulled out of there. And if they couldn't pull it out, they just basically demolitioned it, which would be really weird. Unless, of course, they already studied it, pulled it apart, whatever, right? But, yeah, pretty cool. But definitely want to be doing more on that. Renee Cruz, what's happening? You said, good morning. The frick, it's the UFO Sabbath day off for work today. Woohoo, Chris is live UFO shows. Sweet. Pump it up, UFOs, extraterrestrial alien community. Woot, woot. Oh, yeah. I love the enthusiasm. That's awesome. Oh, okay. You said trouble's blading. You said tripos. Okay, gotcha. It wouldn't matter. I mean, should see some of the things I write. You ever do that and don't proofread? You're like, you're going to town on the keyboard and you look down and you go, what the hell did I just write? Yeah. So then you find yourself, let me take my time. Let me do this. Let me proofread it. Ian Lang, what's going on? Ian, I'm sorry. Ian Lang, he said, further disclosure this coming week from U.S. Congress, UAPs, according to Jeremy Corbell. I don't know how to take Jeremy, right? It's like stringing the public along with a carrot, like you do to a donkey or a horse, and like this. Oh, string it along. You really never get anything super clear. I seen what you're talking about, because I don't know who had it posted, but I'm looking at this thing and I'm going, can we ever get some clear photos? They keep talking about the triangular ones, remember? How it's like in night vision, even if it was infrared, doesn't really matter. It's hazy, it's fuzzy, it's blurry, come on. How can anybody look at that and go, oh, that's a UFO for sure? And of course they always say, well, they're not always saying, but I think I mentioned this last week, where they were talking about how they said something about, what was it? They're saying now that some of these UFOs are drones. I went, let me get this right. So you believe it may be Chinese or Russian or whoever, but you're allowing them to fly in our airspace? Come on. And here's my thing. If they had the technology to build such drones, and you see the way some of these things move, right? Like the Tic Tac and all these other UFOs. If they had that technology, they would have killed our country off a long time ago. Am I right or wrong? If you were the one, let's say you hated a particular country, and you had the technology to build that, would you not already weaponized it, fly with any way you wanted with impunity, just do whatever the hell you want to, hit all these air bases, hit anything you want, and then fly back? Would you not do that? You would be the master right now, taking over, which I hope that never happens. But people, you know how it can be. People can get stupid with technology. Technology is a beautiful thing. It's in how it's used. It's like a handgun. You can use it to protect or be a bully with it. You know what I'm saying? There's a big difference. It's kind of like words. There's no such thing as bad words. It's bad intentions. That's the difference. So, you know what I mean? It's kind of like, I think he embellishes. I don't think he just keeps people stringing along so he stays relevant. He's just another one. I don't believe half the shit he says. Now, is there any truth at all to what he's saying? In other words, the Pentagon's going to come out with something new. That part may be absolutely true. Can you believe what they show? That's my question. He's got like these, he reminds me of one of these guys who got their hands in their pants like, oh yeah, I'm all that, oh yeah, kind of attitude. It's like, come on now, come on. I don't mind him, but it's kind of like there's nothing ever definitive with these people. You notice that? Now, they'll always say, well, you don't kill the messenger. I get it. So I don't blame him for that. If he's saying there's a video going to come out, then there's a video going to come out. That doesn't mean it's going to be of anything of any value to any of us, the public. It would be like, oh, another blurry video. Whippy. I don't care. I really don't. I know for a fact, and I've said this before, that these are ours. Because, like I said, go back to the 40s and 50s UFOs. They look all clunky and like something we built for back then. Then you look at as the years went by, the UFOs got better looking. Oh, imagine that. Let's go back to like 1941 and 1920s or 1910, where we had old cars. We had model, as you go along, Model Ts, so on and so forth. The vehicles got better, more sleeker, more power, so on and so forth. Till what we got today, we've got, Teslas running around. We got spacecraft that are doing what they're doing. The Artemis program, and look at what we had back in the day. Look what we got now, the technology. So it seems like the UFOs change with technology over the years. That's what makes me believe it's ours. Now, is there such thing as life elsewhere? Absolutely. But they don't have to show me a UFO to know that there's, that there is life out there. All I got to do is look at the moon photos and the Mars, and I know there's life or something living on these bodies, meaning the moon, Mars, and everywhere else. So we know that. So when they go, hey, look what a UFO, I go, okay. Just find out where they're from. I don't give a damn. Because I don't. You know what I mean? And it's a lot of times, a lot of these people, like I said, they like to embellish. They like to talk about, I'm the authority on bringing you UFO information. Whose? Where's it from? That's all I want to know. Clive Kostler, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. Chris, do you think that the UFOs we encounter come from the moon, as it is only 230,000 miles away? Because what I see on your channel convinces me and others. I agree. Now, that could very well be on the moon. Here's what I have a problem with. And it's not really a problem. It's like you're trying to figure out what's going on. In other words, one, were these beings on the moon for how many thousands of years? We don't know. Are they newcomers, meaning within 1,000 years, and not, 1,000, maybe 1,000,000 years ago? Were they the ones that put us here? Are they just here to keep an eye on us? So on and so forth. There's so many questions, right? I believe that there's 100% there was civilization on Mars. There's no doubt about that. I've seen enough to know that. Is it really active on the surface? Is it below the surface? Another question. Clearly they're not, warlike, because we would have heard about them a long time ago. And like I said, when people like Corbell, when they talk about, these people, we have to worry about because they're in our airspace. I get that part as far as collision-wise. No problem. Get it. What I don't agree with is that, they're a danger. No, they're not. Again, I would not fight my enemy. Like, let's say you had an enemy in high school and, he was a complete wimp. You go, okay, so I'll wait. When he gets older, I'll kick his ass. Well, how do you know he's not going to learn martial arts? He's not an MMA, I'll get it right, MMA fighter. Suddenly you approach him, now he's taking these classes, now you want to approach him now? No. You want to approach him back when he was weakest and didn't have a clue. No skills, no nothing. So you would attack the Earth knowing that we were very primitive. Now that we're coming out with stuff much more, technologically advanced, why would you screw with you now? Although they would still whoop our ass, I'm sure of it. But the thing is, you would do it when we're at our weakest. Any civilizations, it's just common sense. I think so. It just makes more sense. That's why I don't think of them as a threat as far as them wanting to take over the Earth. I don't see that. Everybody thinks the worst. I think they may be keeping an eye on us, hoping one day that we'll definitely, at some point, we'll pull our head from our sphincter muscle and we'll go, hey, why don't we all just be human beings? Just work for one common cause. Let's be united, people of Earth, as opposed to either different colors. I hate you. I hate that country. Blah 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 blah. Get together. Do you understand where we'd be right now? We'd be out in space, living on Mars a long time ago. And I mean, as a collective, right? We'd be like a huge population. No. It's gotten stunted because all of the crap we pull with each other, and nothing ever gets done. It's a bunch of shit, Okay, Trouble Blading, so What I'm saying is too long and second half ends up later down the feed. It doesn't make sense, but LOL. But what it's saying about sun flashes giving planets mass I'm trying to think mass possibility. I'm trying to figure what you mean by that. Let me do this. Ricardo, I just want my MTV. Backyard of astronauts in there is, I can see. And most definitely unlikely that we would allow unknown aircraft in restricted space, because that would mean they would give away their power. They give away their power. Well, yeah. Ricardo, you said technology is neutral. It's always been what you use it for. Well, true. Jerry Lahane, what's going on? Good to have you in there as well. John P. Adventures, what's happening? Steve Garnham says, hi, Chris, and everyone. I'm driving. Catch up later. All right, Steve, drive carefully. I'm going to jump all the way to the bottom. So if anybody's asked me any questions, please do so again, so I can catch up to everybody. It's funny because some people get like a little aggravated because like they're asking me a question, I'm answering them. Then there's like so many other people like commenting and like, how do you keep up? Let me see. Scientifically searching for extraterrestrial. What's going on? Good to see you there. A.V. Loeb said that there is 400 trillion UFO ETs in the universe. You know what? And there was just an article about him, I'm sure you've seen that, where he's sticking to his guns on it. And I believe the guy. And you know what? A lot of the mainstream people, the fellow scientists, like, they're laughing at him. You know what? Laugh all you like. They're just afraid to take that leap and say, I think he's right. They're more worried about their oh my God, they're gonna laugh at me, and who cares? You stick up for what you believe in. You know, I back the guy. And hell, I'm not even a scientist, you know what I mean? But, you know, just the way he describes it, again, no tail, as far as any ice particles, none of that sort, not acting like an asteroid at all, so on and so forth. It looked like something it might have been intelligently made, right? I stick by him. Now, obviously, there's no way we can prove that, right? All right, let me see what the heck we are at here. Trouble's waiting. He said, if the sun lets off a massive flash, shedding its outer layer of dust as the planet's orbit, and the dust field would now grow in mass over flash. I don't know about that. I'm not sure. I think I know what you're getting at now. I'm not so sure about that. I mean, if you mean like, because basically it's like plasma, right, coming off the sun, right? You know, would it help it expand? Is that what you're getting at? I'm not sure, because you're saying mass over flashes. I'm not sure, truthfully. Doc Chuck, why is it for the weir? What up? What up? What's going on, man? Good to see you in there. See what Ricardo put on there. Put it in caps. This way here, though, you can see it more noticeable than Chris. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, what's happening? Good to see you in there. He said, he told me you might think we're screaming at him. Not really. Leslie Ann, you said all what we learned at school was all wrong. All what they told us was what was wrong was right. I've proved teachers didn't like me in the day. Yeah, crazy how that works, right? Because they'll go, we're the teacher, you're not. You're the pupil. It's like, whatever. Doesn't mean you're smarter. Yeah. Gold Hard says, hit that thumbs up, folks. Bam, hit the like button. Slam that son of a... Somebody asked me something. This thing jumped on me here. Let me see if I can't find it. Scientifically searching for extraterrestrials. So, yeah, most people are afraid to stick up to what they believe in. Yeah. To me, it's like, okay, so the rest of your peers don't agree with you. Present it to them. Now, whether they go, oh, poppycock, or they go, you know, you might have something there. If you're a scientist, you have an open mind. Now, it doesn't mean it's garbage, because they go, well, we're just strictly scientific. You're scientific because of what you've learned. This is the reason why you're a scientist today. But that doesn't mean what you learned was correct either. Think about that. Doesn't mean as you learned all this time, doesn't mean it was always correct. Science is always changing. Theories are always changing. Hypotheses always changing. So that doesn't mean what you learned when you were going to college is correct. Could have been wrong all of this time, like Leslie Ann said. You know what I mean? What you've been taught doesn't mean it's always the truth. Now, I'm not saying science is trash. Of course, it's number one thing everybody looks up to, right? So I wholeheartedly believe in science, but it doesn't mean that it's not wrong. It just says, listen, this is what we have presently right now. This is peer-reviewed, so therefore it is basically biblical. It is written in stone. Okay, but that doesn't mean it does not change. That's what I love about science. They will say, okay, throw that out. What we thought it was is no longer that. Here's the new, thing. So you got to roll with it. So just because they're scientists doesn't mean that they have all the answers. They're just going by what, they've been taught. Just common sense, right? Man, I dropped on everybody like talking about their ages and everything else. Yeesh. Pete Ferrer says, I'm 70, seen a lot. I hear you, brother. I hear you. Don't get me wrong, the younger generation is pretty smart, right? Again, some of them can be very book smart, but no common sense, right? I know a lot of people that are brilliant. Absolutely brilliant, but no common sense whatsoever. It's like, well, what's the problem? I mean, I know people are just, like I said, they stick to their gun. Oh, this is it, and that's it, man. Why do you say that? That doesn't mean, again, you've been taught right, or what you've been told is correct. Just like I'm open to, the situation. I'll go, okay. They'll say, I think you got it all wrong, man. This is the way it is. And I'll analyze it. No, it doesn't seem feasible. You know what I mean? Or it doesn't sound correct. And then there's sometimes I go, you know what? I never thought of that. That's awesome. Learn something new every day. There's nothing wrong with that, as long as it's something that's correct. You gather in the information, and then scrutinize it and analyze it. Eric Blair, what's happening? Good to see you in there. Ricardo, Domino's Pizza Tracker says my pizza is on the way. I'm treating myself tonight. Yeah. Yeah, when you get a chance to slip me a piece, will you? Get some Mickey D's sweet tea. If that don't put you in a sugar coma, nothing will. Oh, yeah, good stuff. Goat Eye, wow, I thought I was a goddamn freak. I feel relieved. Listen, I'm not sure exactly what detail you're talking about, but it's like I said, I'm going back to the younger generation. Yes, they're very smart. They can be, because think about it. They just give it one of these. Remember back when you were in school, you had to go to the library, you had to do some research. These guys go like this. Just get on their phones and, okay, here's some information, but is what they read on here correct? Right? So that's why I was telling my kids when they were in school, I laughed at them. I said, because I don't know about you folks, I know a lot of you older folks like me, when you look back at school, I had 8 classes, 7 to 8 classes a day. Depends on what class you had homework. So you might have homework in one class, or you might have it in 4, 5 of them. You're like, good God. Kids, the high schools that went over here, 4 classes, first semester, 4 classes, second semester. I said, listen, if you fail this, you are a complete idiot. There's no way you can fail this. What do you mean? The classes are hard. We get like an hour and a half class. I went, ooh, whoop-de-doo. Okay, so you have a long class than we did. It should really sink in. Secondly, you can find the information right there at your fingertips. We couldn't do that. If we had to, we got to go hit the, Encyclopedia Britannicas and shit like that in order to learn and find the information. Well, let me go through the card catalog. Tell a kid that today. They go, what the hell is that? I mean, it's crazy, right? Whitebeard Sky Daddy said, this is the live chat now, Chris. Oh, gotcha. Johnny Have says, some scientists are in a bad situation. They have to beg America for grant money. I believe that can slow down the truth and information from getting out there. That's true. Good point. I believe that too, Johnny. I was going to say Jimmy. But I still think if you're a scientist, if you're doing fantastic work and you just happen to believe in that, that doesn't mean that your career should go in the toilet, right? I think that people, I just noticed they went off in the red here. I think that, if you're a smart scientist and you're working on so many projects and your hands are in different things and you just happen to one thing about, I agree with this gentleman Loeb, I don't see it as a problem, but like you said, they might go, well, he's borderline, a little off the deep end. Let's go and not just give him that grant, which is wrong. And this is the reason why we have not progressed further than we have. As far as I'm correct? As far as I'm concerned, I was just looking at one of these comments. Trouble's Blading said they're not smarter if they're being told by their phone. Well, true, but I mean, I'm just saying as far as if they needed to find some details about a certain thing. Today we're going to be doing a paper on George Washington. I mean, I could literally get on the phone and pull up all kinds of crap about him. Whereas you and I, if you're older, you had to go to the library and just pull out all kinds of books and get all the information, write it all down, and then you could bring it to class and, you were probably at the library for a good hour or two, jotting it down, getting important points, and these guys just put it up, bring it right up. Instantly. That easy. Mike, damn, man, it sounds like you're eating good over there, brother. Just had bacon, eggs, sausage, beans, hash browns, and onion rings. Man, guys are making me hungry. Bush Corey, but I'm still 17 in my brain, huh? I believe it or not, at times I'm the same way, right? But then you go to do something like when you did when you were 17, your body's going, are you insane? What do you think you're doing? Maggie Bolin says, hello from a Baltic Sea. What's going on? You must have heard about the Baltic Sea anomaly way back in the day. Well, at least several years ago. My buddy Thomas had talked to them, that same crew that went down there and dove down there and looked at that anomaly. It looks like a UFO kind of thing, or some kind of stone structure, whatever. They think it's some kind of UFO type thing or whatever anomaly it may be. Scientifically searching for extraterrestrial, says Chris, you are right. Technology like cell phones, computers are making people more stupid and destroying manhood and willpower. Yeah, I mean, can technology be a great thing? Absolutely, of course. I love technology. I think it's the bomb if it's used correctly. Like, here's a perfect example. I used to cheat back in the day when, remember the old Casio calculator watch? I'd be like, okay, let me just look at that. And by the way, I want to see the work. You're just like, fudgicles. So what I would do is I'd go like this. I'd do the whole the problem, and then I'd just check it to see if it was right. Okay, we're good. So I'd still do the program. I keep wanting to say program. I keep wanting to do the problem. I'll do the problem correctly, or at least go through it and then say, am I right? Okay. And if I'm not, okay, clearly you did it wrong. Start over again. So that's what I'd end up using it for. But these kids now, the schools are okay with it. They just had it on the news here. They said they're trying to ban cell phones from class. And I'm going, you're just learning this now? You know, to me, if I had a classroom, I'd scramble the classroom. You're not using a cell phone in my class. I need your undivided attention. This is what I'm here for. I'm here to teach you. You know what I mean? What good is it if you're sitting there going, yeah, let me see what's on Twitter today. Oh, my boys hit me up. I mean, Jesus, what the hell? Stop it. Stop it. I don't know how many times you people have seen this before. How many times you've been driving down the road, somebody's doing this. I'm going, wow. Do you really is it really that important to find your buddies hitting you back, saying, yeah, man, I just went down the street and blah, blah, blah. You know, who gives a shit? I mean, I don't care. You know, I want to make sure I get from destination point A to point B in one piece without either killing myself or somebody else. Because over a text? Just because you want to look and not even actually texting? Come on. I don't know. You're welcome, Johnny. So thanks. Ricardo said, never has the saying been more true than today when they say the world is at your fingertips. That's true. Scientifically searching for extraterrestrials says, Chris, you are right. They could write a cheat on their cell phones on a blog inside their cell phone. Yeah, absolutely. Jerry Lehane said, worst nightmare, texter driving. Leslie Annie said, yes, I've had bad hands made. My PTSD all over the place. Fireworks sound like bombs to me. Yeah, that's one thing I don't know what the hell they're celebrating over there, but with the fireworks. But yeah, I mean, even animals, they just can't deal with it. But when you have PTSD, that's not good. Not good at all. I mean, I don't know if you can actually substitute it in your mind with something else. I don't know. Really don't. In other words, to try to make yourself feel better, right? Just think of it as popcorn. Very loud popcorn. You're making some popcorn to watch a movie. Yes, that might work. I don't know. Bush Corey said, that's what I call becoming a cyborg. Oh, yeah. Eric Blair says, smash that like button. Hammer time. Slam it down. Peter, I've actually seen a guy shaving and brushing his teeth. Damn. Renee Cruz, you said, we are the high school frogs ready to be dissected by extraterrestrial alien insectoids. Eesh, that ain't good. Oh, he said, I tried because I have music. There you go. Ricardo said, I used to think people walking around with Bluetooth AirPods look like Cybermen from Doctor Who. Interesting, yeah. Trouble with blading, he said, think basic survival should be shown in school, LOL. Yeah, believe it or not, that could be more true nowadays, especially when we're talking about this, our future here going on with the sun and all that other stuff. That may actually come in real good hand. Very good hand, right? All right, so scientists are working on an official alien contact protocol for when ETs phones Earth. We're unprepared for when ET reaches out to us. A team of experts has determined to change that with the new alien contact protocol in 35 years. Imagine that. If extraterrestrial life sent us a message tomorrow, how would humanity respond? According to researchers, we don't know yet, and that's a problem. How is this so difficult? Now, I mean, unless they're asking you serious mathematics and so on and so forth, I don't see how that's an issue. You know, if they're asking you common sense stuff like, what planet are you from? Well, we're from this one, this sun here, and blah, 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 and so on and so forth. I mean, I don't get it. That's why for the first time in 35 years, a team of policy experts and scientists have united to establish a set of alien contact protocols for the entire world to follow in the event of a sudden encounter with ET. Science fiction is awash with exploration, of the impact on human society following discovery of and even encounters with life or intelligence elsewhere. John Elliott, a computer scientist at the University of St. Andrews in Scotland, said in a statement. Elliott is a coordinator of the University of St. Andrews' newly established SETI detection hub. SETI, really? They know, come on, you already know how I feel about this crap. They absolutely already heard this stuff already. The cross-disciplinary organization that will establish a new alien contact protocol. I've always said that I'm going, listen, to me, they've already heard messages. Now, they might have been like a distress, or maybe they just heard like their regular, programs or transmissions, whatever it be. Like we have radio, we have all different kinds of other radio, military and other communications. We've got music out there and it's being transmitted, so on and so forth, like movie Contact. You can hear like the music and it's the end of the world as we know it. But, if it's going out into space, and if other civilizations are doing the same, we might have heard that. That doesn't mean they're talking to us. It's just we just happen to be like almost like an eavesdropping on it, right? I'm not going to turn the audio on, only because copyright. Oh, there's the wow signal. Remember that? The loud signal lasted 72 seconds, then disappeared. That's why they call it the wow signal. No other celestial objects had similar sounds. May have been caused by a passing comet. Of course. Imagine that. They're not convinced it came from the comet. That's why big air only detected. Yep. Oh, of course. There's always a glitch. There's always some other BS. There's always some other... You ever notice that? It's like, stop. I think it's amusing. Like I said, just because they say, well, we haven't seen any, we haven't detected any alien, transmission. At least that's what they claim. That's what they're saying here in this video. But that doesn't mean we're listening in all the right places. There could be frequencies way above that of what we listen to. There could be, again, they could be transmitting in light, like these FRBs, these fast radio bursts. Could be extremely fast, like just a extreme quick flash, like, and all kinds of terabyte upon terabyte of information is in that one flash. We don't know. And we just may be just going about it the wrong way. We are, in fact, if they're thousands of years ahead of us, you don't think they're using AM, communications, amplitude modulation. You don't really think they're using AM radio. Give me a break. FM. Give me a break. Unless, of course, there's something along the lines like we are. For all we know, they could be using, instead of us using like the 6.0 gigahertz for your phones, they could be using that for music. Who knows? But obviously it wouldn't propagate, it wouldn't go very far with that signal. But you know what I'm getting at. They could be using it totally different than we are. It could all be done in light. We don't know that. So they go, oh, we never heard from these aliens, so clearly they don't exist. I don't believe that. I think that's a bunch of shit. That's just me, though. Eric Blaze said, what's your view on man-made climate change? Scam or genuine? If you mean like pollution and stuff like that, I believe we are contributing to it. But that doesn't mean we're the cause of it. We're the sole cause. Again, we go by the sun. The sun is what controls the solar system and course outward, depending on where you're at. But the sun itself, again, 11-year cycle, it ramps up, it gets more and more active, you get more sunspots. Every planet literally heats up in the solar system. It's as simple as that. And then once it's over, it starts to, it calms down as far as, CMEs and all kinds of stuff like that, and different, it just gets a lot more calmer, and therefore it starts to come down. So I think it's a combination between both. I don't think we're helping the atmosphere and our climate. I believe we are hurting it slowly, but we're not the sole reason. We may be contributing a little bit. Robert Grimacoli said, don't have a PayPal account. How can I send you some support, Chris? I don't know if it goes by the same way, but on some of these videos, you look under any of my videos, it says thanks. There's like a little tiny heart type thing, and you can actually click on that. Any video has them now. You can just click on it, and then you can just, I think it just goes directly to what do you call it? It's basically AdSense. It's part of, YouTube. But basically what happens is you click on that, and then it's like little denominations. You can select it, you can slide it, whatever. But it's under every video now where you can see it says thanks. There's like a little thanks button you can click. And so this way you have some people, they can, well, I like to, help the channel out, but I don't do it until the live feed. Well, now you can do it anytime you want to if you want to, which is cool. I think it's pretty sweet. Noodles, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. The new question is, why does the U.S. get to go all over the earth and grab crash sources and live or dead aliens, a human-alien repatriation treaty? Oh, okay. That would be bigger secret than UFOs. That's a good question. Really good question. Again, it's just really weird for me. This is the reason why, again, we're hurting ourselves. Because I believe that if we all got along as a human race, humankind, and not, that guy's Russian, I can't stand him, and this guy's from, he's from France, he's not a bad guy. And listen, how about we just look at each other like humans? Now, if we were all united, like things like this, it would be working as one. Where would we be today in the space? There would be no space race. Where would we be as far as space? I promise you, we'd already be out in space. We'd already have a huge colony on Mars. We already have one on the moon. We're not talking about the secret bases that may be already on the moon or Mars. We're talking about actual, like we are here on Earth. And I think we're holding ourselves back because of this, just bickering and fighting. But, other countries have done the same, right, Noodles, where they had other countries that have gotten their crashed UFOs, at least that's what the stories you read, and that they might have occupants as well, so they've done their own back engineering and so on and so forth. And maybe that's where some of these people, or some of these governments, whatever, have built these tic-tac UFOs, these other UFOs. Very good possibility. Or we just worked along the lines, came up with this propulsion. Hey, let's experiment with this kind of propulsion. Oh, that worked. Okay, and we didn't take it from anywhere. We just built it ourselves. Very good possibility. Like I said, man doesn't stop. It's like I said, when you, like a land speed record, you tried, we're up to 200 miles an hour now. I'm talking about not now, I'm talking about then. Well, wait a minute, now we're up to 300. Now we're up to, I remember the Blue Flame back in the salt plains was doing like 600, a little over 600 miles an hour back then in the 80s. So I don't know what the record is now, but you know what I'm saying. We're always pushing the envelope. So whether you design it from scratch or get it from somewhere else, it doesn't mean that you have to get it from somewhere else. Think about that. I don't believe that it has to be from somewhere else. We're smart enough to build this stuff. I think we can do it. So I give mankind a really good, I give them a pat on the back because they're very intelligent beings. However, we could be so much further. I just think so. I think we could be a whole lot further than we are now. Leslie Ann, great point. You said don't need a signal when they are here. Well, it depends on what you're talking about. Now, obviously you're talking about other beings. Here's the thing. Are they all here, though? Because you can bet there's more than one species out there, right? So, you know what would be cool, and I thought about this, and I'm sure you guys have done this yourselves, where you're thinking about another planet maybe they heard from. Maybe it's just their, like, again, their transmissions, maybe their entertainment, or they're just any kind of signal coming from another planet, and you're just going, wow, this is unique to hear another planet. Even if it's just their radio or TV transmissions or whatever they may be, it's cool to be able to listen to that. What would that be like? Think about that. We're used to ours. That doesn't mean it's going to be the same way, right? Because we don't have a clue. We're just assuming, oh, it's going to be like FM like we have here, or satellite radio, or whatever. That doesn't mean, that's not what that means. You know, it would be interesting to hear another civilization, and maybe they've done the same. They go, wow, that's just weird to hear. There's somebody else out there. Where are they from? And you can almost bet that they've already pinpointed other civilizations, and this is the reason they're out there looking. Stronger telescopes, so on, like the James Webb. They're all coming, more and more telescopes, and they're going, where is that? Well, it's in Proxima B, so let's go ahead and just focus on that area. Bam. I mean, you know, so everybody, all eyes on that area, because they think that's where the transmission is coming from. Think about it. There's got to be a reason why you're just at that particular area in space, right? Yeah. But like I said, not every species will be here. There's got to be, I'm guessing there's thousands of different species. Maybe there's a lot of them are similar, very similar to us, on very similar planets. You know, because we automatically say, well, they may be on a colder planet, so chances are there's not life on it. Well, you have to remember there's how many stars, how many suns are out there. They'll be just like our solar system, very similar. And I don't mean, because I mean like in the Goldilocks, all right, third, fourth planet. They'll be very much like us. So, you know, I think they can be very similar because, again, carbon-based. And, of course, it depends on the ingredients of their life and how their bodies actually adapt to the atmosphere and everything else on that planet, right? So we don't know. But I don't automatically assume, well, because it's not in our solar system and not on our planet, then clearly there can't be any life out there. You'd have to be insane to have that way of thinking. It just doesn't make sense. Pete Ferrari said the fact that the government is going after Elon's Starlink tells me he's close to discovering something hidden. They're going after? I never heard about that. Going to the Starlink, the little satellites. But did you guys hear the other thing? And this may be total trash anyway, but they said there's something about Elon, every time he sends up a mission, there's something really big out in space, and they keep wanting to know what it is, but there's something out there. I don't know if you guys heard about that. But keep in mind, this did not come out of Elon's mouth, as far as I know. So why would he want to bring that attention to himself? And I'm guessing if he's working and coordinating with NASA, he's not going to want to let that out either. That's as simple as that. Russell, I guess it's Romig. I think the scientists from Operation Paperclip gave us the current tech that we have now. Well, a lot of people say that, like microwaves, you know, fiber optics, so on and so forth. I think it might be both. In other words, you have a certain application, you need to have something done. So you have to build a tool to get that job done, right? So some way, at some point, they made something that has microwaves. Okay, hey, wait a minute. If we point that microwave towards food, it actually cooks it. Oh, imagine that. There you go. As simple as that. It's like, why don't we make this for domestic use for the people, you know, the average schmoes like you and I. So they do that. Fiber optics. They were doing this years prior to us getting it, and then we ended up with it. So, and there's a lot of information that can be sent through fiber optics. This is what I mean by a flash of light, the FRBs, a fast radio burst out in space that SETI sees. And they're only like split second. I mean, they're like an X amount, 10th of a second, 20th of a second, whatever it may be, right? Quick flash. It's that quick. I mean, blink of an eye, it's already there and gone. See you later. However, that doesn't mean the information is not, that flash isn't loaded with information. And like I said, if you have the proper equipment to receive it and decode it, it's probably like terabytes of information come down on the screen. And it's like I said, it's like, I'm kidding, I'll call it the galactic newspaper, right? So how do we know that that's not what's going on and it's coming from different parts of the galaxy and we're thinking, it's just a planet or some kind of small supernova or whatever it may be. We don't know. But that doesn't mean, of course, that doesn't mean it's not, right? It could very well be coming from some nebula or some weird thing or birth of a new star or whatever. It absolutely could be true, right? We know that. But that doesn't mean you can't rule out, or you should rule out, that it's communications from planet to planet. Well, before they said it was like 400, light years away, or 400,000 light years away, and this one's only 60,000 light years. Okay, what does that even mean? For communication around the universe, you're going to have some closer, some further out. It's as simple as that. Oliver Klein, what's going on? I don't know if you said something earlier, but he said it never made it up there. Not sure what you're talking about there. Marina Rapan, what's going on? Happy to spend a few more hours here. Well, good to have you in there, Marina. Good to have you here. You did say earlier, greetings, everyone. Greetings, Mars Anomalies. Well, greetings to you, Marina. Leslie Ann, you said EMP is very dangerous in the wrong hands. That's true, because we can make our own. We've already done this. We've already got that radiation weapon. Remember that? We were talking about that. I don't know if I think it was definitely done. I don't exactly remember what maybe Ricardo, you can help me out here. Remember they had that weapon on there. It was basically like a giant satellite dish. It was like a satellite dish strapped onto a Humvee. And there was like three of these guys. There were like 3 or 4 guys that were standing like X amount of, feet away. And they literally just said, we're going to turn it on real quick. And I think it was like 500,000 watts is coming out of this thing. But they put it on just chick click, just on off. And they felt like they're being cooked from inside that quick. Now I want you to envision pointing at somebody just leaving it there. They're done. Within seconds they're done. They just went click click on and off, and that's all it was. And they were like, they all just like literally like almost went standing up into a fetal position. Like, man. And that's just some of the technology. Now put a lot more wattage behind that. What could you do to if it was a really centralized, like a concave satellite dish, and you put 1,000,000 watts behind it? Could you not cripple a satellite out in space? Could you not do it like HARP is doing, where they got that antenna array, where they can actually rotate that antenna array and hit different parts of our atmosphere, causing weather conditions, so on and so forth? Could you not do the same thing with a giant satellite dish with much more power behind it? Absolutely. So war doesn't have to be taken or done with missiles anymore. We can do this with a lot more high technology. We don't need that trash. And Leslie Ann, keep in mind, like we were talking about, almost sound like a doomsday kind of thing, right? And we'll touch on that too, is that if our magnetic field starts to weaken, and they're saying it's weakening 1% to 2% a year, okay? When it gets to about 15 years from now, give or take a few years, and it totally collapses, again, kiss our asses goodbye. So if that's what's going to happen, and like I was saying, preparedness is everything. Now, there's only so much you can prepare for before there's nothing you can do about it. It's as simple as that. It's like being in the middle of in the path of a tornado and it's coming straight at you. You can't run either way. It's the inevitable. It's going to happen. So that's why I say just regular preparedness is good to have, period, right? I believe that whether it's storms or let's say just a war, you're in a country that has this nasty war going on, you should have a way to have communications, whether it's a receiver. I think I even have some of these pictures I was just putting on here earlier. Like this here. Like this is the 3 little radios. These other 2 radios on the side of this Grundig they're pocket size. You can literally stick them in your pocket and then they cover all bands, shortwave bands. This one's even smaller, obviously, the one on the right of the radio, the big radio, and the one on the left here. So these are nice to have. They have rechargeable batteries. And like I said, I would just charge it from my little solar, I want to call it solar system. It makes it sound like I got a mini solar system in my room. But, I can charge it up with that. as long as it's daylight, I can charge up anything. My phone, not that you would need that in case of all that crap went down, because nothing would be working, but you would want to know if you got something that's, you know, and you know the frequency, like, you know, emergency one, whether it be the weather, like I said, NOAA weather, those little weather radios, good to have. That'll be like really important if something really big did go down, whether it be related to the sun, maybe your country's in a war, the information will be given out through these frequencies. And it's good to have something where you can listen around the world, because if something catastrophic happened on this side of the world, then chances are the other side of the world hasn't got hit yet. In other words, they're going, we're expecting this to happen to us, and we're expecting it to last for so long. So, you know what I mean? So it's good to have this, and it's also good to have, let me see, I'm trying to remember if I had the other ones. Yeah, it's like some kind of radios that you can use, and a lot of people have seen these. There's a little GMRS, FRS radios, like this little mobile one. These two little walkie-talkies. I get a kick out of these. I know you guys go into the stores and laugh at these, because when you see these, you start laughing because it's like, well, these can reach up to 50 miles. Stop it, please. Maybe on the salt plains of Utah, maybe. I've gone maybe 2-3 miles. You know what I mean? And that's on regular, you know, terrain, whether it be mountainous, structures in the way, so on and so forth. You got this right here. I think this one here is the Bofang, the GT3. These are nice to have. Like these little walkie-talkies, regardless whether they can reach how far. The thing is, they got weather channel on it, which is weather frequencies. I believe there's 5. Same thing with this little mobile radio. You can actually get information through there. The other thing people need to know too is, and I've got the same radio right here, by the way, the one on the left. I don't know if you can see that through there, but I'm trying to get it as best I can, but a lot of times it throws it off. But anyway, this radio here, it's good to have an area where you can go online and find this, a repeater, and of course this is what I mean by it is like a ham radio repeater. You put it and you program it into this. In case of an emergency, you can go on that frequency and ask for help. However, that doesn't mean you can go on there anytime you want to. That's against the law. It means you're allowed to do that in an emergency situation. So that'd be good to have. Or you can hear them actually talking. If their stuff is still up and running, you can hear what they've got to say, and you can still call out. So it's nice to have that. But again, it is against the law unless you have a ham radio license, right? But you have to be able to talk to somebody, and you need to be able to receive information. So therefore, this is where it becomes important to have this kind of stuff. However, the first and foremost thing is you need to have, and this is just a bench thing I have. Yeah. The other thing is you need to have, you can see the other radios I got. There's one here that I showed you in the other room. Had the big, it was next to the other radio. But if you have the stuff insulated, meaning something in a box where all this equipment's in a box where you can fire it up when you need it, you take it literally out of, you know, the box. It's been insulated. So in other words, if you had an EMP from the sun, it doesn't ruin that electronics in that particular radio receiver, whatever it may be. So now that this is like kind of over, it's stopped, you can now take out the equipment. It will not be burned up. You can now fire it up, and you can now listen or try to transmit out to somebody, right? It's just good to have. Communications and listening is everything, especially when it comes to a time of, you know, emergencies, right? Yes, exactly, Ricardo. Direct energy weapons, invisible killers, microwave energy. Absolutely. Yeah, I seen you guys talking about this. I am Merkin. What's going on? Good to see you in there, man. So congratulations, your 150 Hangout, Chris. And of course, Ricardo was just saying the same thing. Thank you, Ricardo, again for your support. As always, yay, celebrating Hangout 150. Well spotted. And of course, I am Merkin. Mimi, what's going on? What was this thing? Oh. I'm not sure why that was hell for review, but Valerian of the Mac 3. What's up? Trouble's waiting. He said, my grand loved these. They once said that these are the internet of its day. My dad and granddad had a 6-foot antenna on top of the cars. LOL. Granddad was on a telly back in the day, campaign to make them legal. Yeah, I mean, back then, radio, believe it or not, sometimes the most primitive communication now would be something simple like a walkie-talkie. And it's good to have. And the other thing is, too, it's like, how about this? If oh holy hell and crap hit the fan, I've got several sets of these things. And I've got, like I said, I've got, let me see if I can even find these others. These other ones are pretty darn good. Oh. And these are cheap, folks. These are cheap. This is Radio Oddity. These little radios here. Of course, I don't like the way it shows up on here, but yeah, you get the idea. These are pretty sweet. Let me tilt it this way, you can see it better. But these here, the high-powered ones, I think these are the 5 or 7 watts. Now, most of them are like a 2 watt, maybe a 1 watt, so on. But these are nice because it does have, I believe this one, yeah, this has weather and everything on it. So even if you went out and bought one of these cheap, and I think they're like, I forget what the hell these things were, you could buy a set of these for things on the cheap. And the good thing about them is, again, you can program a frequency in there if you need to contact local repeaters. You have your own frequency to talk back and forth to family. What if, again, oh holy hell broke loose and you're at home, but maybe your family and friends live down the road. They each got one. You can still communicate back and forth, and as long as you got solar to be able to recharge them, you're good to go. So you always have a communication even if everything else is down. You know, because when it comes time to, when the old shit hits the fan scenario, you're going to need to communicate and figure out what's going on. Maybe people are ready to attack your house because they're looking for food, or you need to have a planned situation where you can get out of. These things, again, they're everything. You just don't know. Mr. Devil's Saint 87, what's going on? Said the flash of info is very Stargate, but you're on the correct path. Also has a tendency to be disclosed via subliminal messages or similar to the way information can be processed and stored. True. Like I said, when you go back to like movies like Contact, remember that they got the signal, but they were like, we're not sure what it is, we can't make it out. And of course, they had sub frequencies. It's almost like a single sideband on a radio. On a CB, where you got your AM frequency, and then there's upper side of that frequency and lower side, right? And of course, it is a different mode, or it's like just a sub code, basically. Anyway, different band. Not band, but mode. But anyway, you have, once they went into that other one, they broke the signal down, they found there was a signal within a signal. It has a lot to do with all that, you know what I'm saying? It's, you know, as far as them receiving, like SETI receiving like an alien signal, they probably wouldn't know what the hell to do with it. They were going, we're getting these bursts, but we don't know what the hell they are. What if they figured out somehow that, and I'm sure they've even questioned this, what if this is communications from another planet? How do we know? You know they've already thought about that. You know, these are, well, supposed to be the smartest people on the planet. They're not dumbbells. So you know goddamn good and well that these people went, you know what, guys, what if it's more than that? We know there's other life forms out there, so you know they're going to take anything. You know, they're all saying we know there's other life. How would we know it? How would we recognize it? We wouldn't. So anything that comes our way, we need to analyze it completely, not just it's just another planet giving off its own song, so to speak. So yeah, it's no big, and don't just dismiss it that easily. Literally take it in. Okay, what if it's this? What if it's that? It's light communication. So what does that mean? Okay, that means it might be a signal. It might be like information through that light. I mean, you know they thought about all this. Come on. Mr. Devil Saint 87 says micro messages, nano info, and burst patterns. Of course, absolutely. Thanks, Renee Cruz. You said cheers, kudos, and congrats on the 150, Chris. Well, it's congrats to you guys too. I mean, obviously, if I was here talking to myself, that wouldn't matter, right? So it's kind of like congrats to you guys as well. You fine folks. Elaine, yeah, you said, remember when we were eagerly awaiting a Hangout 100? Oh, yeah. Dan, you said prepping again. It's always good to have that, man. Jerry Lehane, you said I had walkie-talkie and CB in the 70s, gave up in 1983. Heck, it was later than that for me, man. It was like closer to 2000, but it was all, it wasn't competition. Like if you go on Channel 6, it was like all these like, you know, big heavy hitters around there, you know, doing 10,000 watts and so on. I was doing about 950 watts peak power. But I talked all over the world with it, you know. A lot of times I only use minimal to make the contact, right? And, you know, I've talked to New Zealand, Australia, of course the UK. That's easy when you get a storm. It's literally, you know, it comes up the East Coast. It literally opens up the atmosphere. I've talked to, my first contact was in Fairbanks, Alaska. And this guy was telling me it was like 30, I think it was like 34 below zero Fahrenheit without the wind chill. Good God. You know, we were having a conversation with him. It was pretty cool. So, you know, it becomes infectious. It's actually a cool little, you know, hobby to get into, although it can get very expensive, but yeah. James Cragen, thank you very, very much for your support, sir. As always, good to see you in there, man. He said, hi, Chris Elizondo is still CIA, definitely. And in your Mars vid at 5 minutes and 7 seconds, there is a huge pyramid structure dead center between the two green circles. Oh, okay. Somebody else had said the same thing, and I think you guys are right, because I went back and looked at it, I said, it really does look like that. Renee, what are you saying, Ovilus 2? What is that? What is that? Ricardo said, I knew those handheld devices and fire sticks. Oh, yeah. Valerian the Mac 3, you like that, huh? You said the t-shirt, informative, Chris. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Interesting. No, but trouble's waiting. You know, you said you should design a wind-up ham radio. Well, you can do that anyway. I mean, it's just a power source, right? You can have it anywhere. Like I said, any of these other little radios, any of these here, they're rechargeable. So as long as you got the cradle, plug it into an inverter right from your solar setup, and you're good to go. You can always have power, always have something. Ricardo, I like what you're saying to James. Elizondo is still a grifting slime bag. Yeah, I mean, as his person, he's probably not a bad guy. But again, embellishment big time. Leslie Ann, he said they've been told to disclose and they won't, Chris. I know, but that my experience, military shutdown. Okay. Listen, if I was privy to literally seeing something right now, somebody said, you know, let's say the Men in Black came and said, oh, by the way, you're coming with us, and you know, and like I said, I think I used a story. I said, if they said to me, I'll tell you what we'll do. If we show you an actual thing, you got to cease and desist. You can't do any of this crap anymore. You got to just let it lay. Okay. I don't know if I can promise them that I wouldn't say anything. I mean, because it's something mankind should be aware of. They should know this. Steve Graham, congrats on your 150 and birthday, Chris. I think I look good for 150, don't you? Oh, yeah. All right. I think I look really good. Just gave myself a mop chop. Oh, yeah. Get more sun. Oh, yeah. Hugo Santos, hi from Portugal. What's going on? Good to see you in there. Good to see you in there. Mimi, your question was, Chris, what's your opinion on the new UFO report? Is that the one we were just talking about earlier when I first got on there, where they were talking about how they said some of them are, you're talking about the one they've like kind of discrediting, like they're saying a lot of them are Chinese drones now and this, that, and the other, and they were saying that the Pentagon came up with a new video, and if it's kind of along the same lines where it had that green triangular thing in the sky, is that the one you're talking about, Mimi? Because I'll tell you, I'm just like, oh my God. Renee Cruz, you said parabolic microphone. Oh yeah. Whitebeard Sky Daddy, I am stuffed. I hurt myself eating. Yeah, when your eyes are bigger than your stomach. Laverus Merriweather, what's going on? He said the next rocket ship to go to the moon is a prep for the false flag alien invasion. Yeah, you can imagine that if they went there and all of a sudden, oh no, we're being chased back off the moon, and these things are following back to the moon. And I don't foresee that happening. Here's my thing. If we'd been to the moon, now the story is we've been told not to come to the moon, come back, right? So they didn't kill us off. They didn't hurt us while we were there, meaning the astronauts. So they came back. We planned to go back. So did they have an agreement with them? Did these aliens or these beings vacate the moon? Are they still there? And if we plan to come back, did we have an agreement with them? Again, opens up all new questions. And again, I think if they were going to be a bad species of beings, they would have killed us off a long time ago. They would have said, well, by the way, anything you have come out into space, we're just going to blast it out. So just stay where you're at. So I don't believe that they're hostile in any way, if, you know, at least that's the way I think. Whitebeard's guy. It was the mesmerizing, hypnotic quality of the broadcast, Chris. Caused me to zone out past my normal good food sense. Yeah, that's my excuse. Are you sticking with that? Rebels Blading, he said, oh, I can see the movie now. Chris gets dragged out of his office to show what he knows to the president because Mars is about to attack and they're going to, and they want to know where the bases are. Larry in the Max 3 says, saw Linda Howell interviewing Mellon and he was squirming in his chair. 5 said, hi there. Your question was, hope you're well. I said, have you thought about putting your work into book form? I have actually thought about that, put everything, you know, into like all of the best enhancements and things that I've found in these books. I have thought about that. Trouble blading. Keep leaving our trash on the moon. Jerry Lane is an active, addictive hobby, no doubt. It is. It is actually. Once you start, talking to other countries and stuff like that, and have a good conversation, or QSO as they call it, then yeah, it's just like, man, I want to have more of that. The cool thing about it is, a lot of communication can be done by computer. In fact, they have radio equipment that, You have like certain cards you can put into a computer. You can actually have your radio equipment go through the computer and then, of course, through the internet. I'm going, where's the challenge in that? The thing is, you can get a hold of somebody through thousands of miles away, or at least several hundred miles away, and you can literally talk back and forth with them through airwaves. That's, to me, is more challenging than it is to go, it's basically like a FaceTime. The only difference is you're using a radio to talk to each other through the internet. What's the point in that? It kind of defeats the purpose, doesn't it? Hell, why order and get all of this radio equipment when you can just sit there and FaceTime somebody through the damn thing? I don't understand the logic. Oh, cheers right back at you there, Valerian. No doubt. How does this thing go? There it is. I'm going to shorten the name. I'm going to call it Perp Banana. Have you heard of the recent declassified document from a couple years ago? A story of Adam and Eve, Earth natural catastrophe by Dr. Chan, 1950s timeline? No, I haven't. I really haven't heard that. Is it something you can buy? Is it a like PDF you can read, or is it? I'd like to check that out. Enrico, Dion, Viglione, what's going on? He said, I want to pre-order your book, Chris. Yeah, I thought about that. Yeah, I was just going to say, because Dave did the same thing, right? Ricardo, he said, I have Dave Gannett's X3D book he published. It's quite nice and very good quality. Well, that's what I was thinking, too. It would be cool to be able to do that. Daniel, what's going on? You said best alien UFO encounter was in Africa and Zimbabwe. There was a documentary called Phenomenon. Best story ever. I've seen that. It's on, I think you can see that on Amazon Prime. There may be other places you can see that as well. And the children encounter, there's like, what, 20, 30 at least students looking at this and seeing the UFOs. James Cragen, thank you very much for your support as always. He said, Chris, let's be honest here tonight. All of this BS about UFOs being a threat to mankind is beyond ridiculous. It's the warmongering fools on Earth. Well, that's true. That are, they're perpetuating this and they're building this up to be what? And like I said, I don't believe that for a minute that now the aliens would actually want to destroy us. However, that does not mean one later on that comes along to us to say, oh, they're just merely little parasites. Let's go ahead and just wipe the planet because it's very similar to ours. The one that's dying, we need theirs. We're just going to go ahead and just obliterate them and take over the planet. And they don't have to do this through nuclear war or any of that sort. It's just germ warfare. Their own special germs concocted from their planet onto ours and just wipe us all out. And okay, good enough. Something that wouldn't kill them, but it would kill us. So, there's many ways to defeat an opponent. It doesn't have to be just like physical or bombs and so on and so forth, because then you basically eradicate everything on the planet and making it unlivable. So what's the point? So my guess is there aren't any out there yet that want to just murder us and basically take over our planet. That's pretty much what it comes down to. White Bear Sky Daddy, thank you very much for your support, sir. Always appreciated. He said, you and Jean are on the top of my A-list, Chris. We will continue to expose others to this knowledge if we have any say about it. It's alive and active truth versus cold and dead lies. I agree. To me, I would rather, Jean does great work. I love the work he does because of these satellite photos that he does. And I've actually gotten into a lot of his photos. Well, I remember doing one where I said, I said to him, I think it was before the live feed we had on together, I said, Jean, do you know there's much more than what... So in other words, he was looking down at something, and remember it was like a kind of a good size block, and it had like something round in the center. He always seems to find these things, but the one time he found the one that had like 6 squares lined up, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, literally on the, I'm going to call it a rooftop, because it was on top of this slab, this stone slab. I'm going, what the hell? That's not natural. What does that? So either they turn this top of this rock or this other whatever it was into this stone to make it look like it's a stone. It's really a structure of some sort. Or they're still like building things inside stone purposely because of maybe radiation. We don't know. But what I do is I looked around between these big monolithic blocks, and there was literally looked like other squares and other things in between them. Like that wasn't the only thing. In other words, pay attention to the larger thing you're saying. Pay no attention to the smaller things. Kind of like them big, look like big tomatoes that even Joe from our Alien TV had done. Remember the one that looked like giant vegetables or tomatoes or whatever? It's like everybody concentrate on these, don't concentrate what's near them. And those were all completely kind of like taken out and you couldn't see anything. Well, once you enhance that, you can see what looks like structures. Of course, you still have this overlay, and you're just trying to bring this stuff through the overlay. You can't always succeed, and it always looks spotted, meaning that looks pretty good, looks pretty, like the last video I just did. Looks good, you can see what looks like structures, and then the rest of it, why isn't there other structures next to it? There probably are. The problem with it is that it's being hidden so well that you can't pull it out. So you're at a dead end as far as that goes. But there's some things, like that one object that had 1, 2, 3, 4, like 4 or 5 different 90-degree angles, and it looked like a pipe sticking out of it. And you didn't have to really do anything to that photo, but it helped to bring it out. Now, some people said it made it blurry. It wouldn't matter if it made it blurry, because what I do is the other objects I showed, I literally sharpened those areas up. So it should have helped a little bit. But the fact that you have them shapes in there to begin with, it just tells me that's not natural. Now, maybe a lot of that area is natural, but there's things that aren't, right? So, yeah. Again, Whitebeard Sky Daddy, appreciate you, as well as James and everybody else who supports the channel. You guys are great anyway. You know how that goes. Okay, Ricardo, you said the Adam and Eve story is available online from declassified CIA. Oh, okay. I'll have to check that out. Let me see. I'm going to write this bad boy down. If I can find a piece of paper, it would be great. We'll just do it on this Home Depot piece of paper. What do you think? What the heck was that even for? Oh, that was the camera doorbell. That's what that was. Okay. Alrighty. I need to check that out. I like reading new stuff, especially if it's got some truth to it, as opposed to a non-truth. Oh, okay, Ricardo. He said, best source for Adam and Eve documentary is either YouTube channel Suspect Sky or Suspicious Observers. Alrighty then. Have to check that out. Valerian, I think you're right. He said only threat is us humans. I said I wanted to shorten your name, Pert Banana. He said it explains the lies and the CIA did to hide the upcoming galactic sheet Earth entry and the effects that were hidden since 1950. Trump released a CIA document. CIA. George James Dukas, he said, what about the Earth anomalies, like the illusion of intelligence? You can elaborate on that. Valerian the Mac 3 says we are now getting high amounts of radiation from the solar flares at this moment. Sun is at its solar maximum. I don't think it's at its maximum yet. I don't believe that it's at its 11-year highest peak yet. And that's nothing compared to what's coming. Like I said, within X amount of years. That's why I'm stressing people, yeah, it should be like, you know, like I said, you should be prepared anyway, just for normal storms or whatever. Because we're only going to get worse. Ricardo said, if you want a very in-depth look at the solar micronova issue, Adam and Eve story, look up the Diehole Foundation on YouTube. That is serious. Let me write that down too. Daniel, your question was, what do you think of the astronauts that just came back on Earth in '69 and they look spooky or something? Spooked or something, I'm sorry. They didn't look happy at all about the moon landing. Very strange behavior. Yeah, we talked about this many times, Daniel, where, you know, these people, you know, like Buzz and all them, when they went there, and again, I'm sure they were briefed on what they were going to see, right? This is why you're going up there. Although the public thinks you're going up there for moon rocks and dust, this is what you're really going up there for. And I'm sure they sat them down in a room and said, this is it. So they went there. The only thing I can think of is, it's one thing to see it and go, wow, that is extraordinary. You know, you're looking at it on a screen and they're showing you this, and then they show you maps about this is where you're going to be, this is where you're going to go, and you're going to go to these points and then come back to the capsule, right? We figure you've got about X amount of electricity in the moon buggy. You should be able to go this far and then come back. Now, whether they had a way to charge it again, I don't know. I don't remember recalling that. But if they said you got X amount of charge to get and then come back, then you need to do this. You need to go to these things. You need to pull off something from this thing and bring it back. We need to know what the steel's made out of. We need to know if you could pull some of the technology off of it, whether it be, you know, fiber optics that they didn't know about at the time, or just getting into different other things. You need to bring that back. So bring back the briefcase of little rocks and stones that the public think is that while we're going there. In the meantime, we got another case that you can bring back that has technology in it, bits and pieces of the technology. That's what I believe happened. That is just my opinion. Now, when you look at the photos that we've seen and we're able to bring out, yeah, there's, like I said, there's one that's kind of like it's like a GigaPan or panorama, where you can see the astronaut way in the background with the moon buggy, and there's like this real open, real large area around him. And you can see outlines of what look like objects. And once you brought those lines out darker, suddenly it looked like a whole bunch, like a complex, like either structures or buildings and so on, whatever the hell they might have been, they were all there. And he was literally right there like he's there to explore them and then go back and then take off and go back to the capsule, right? So that's what I believe was going on. In my opinion, that's what happened. There's so much there, it's insane. They weren't just going there for strictly, you know, like I said, stones and rocks and dust, and I don't believe that for a moment. Now, I'm not saying they didn't, because maybe that was something that was near these structures. Maybe these structures were, maybe there was a war on the moon at one time and they got obliterated. They want to know what was used, what kind of weapon. What better way to find out than in the soil? Look it up, or parts of that structure, see what it was hit by. Plasma weapon, some kind of nuclear device, whatever it may be, right? There you go. Jonathan Waddell, what's going on? Good to see you in there, man. Whitebeard Sky Daddy said, yes, Chris, the first time Jean came on the live stream, the image he brought contained amazing things. A very discerned but devastated cityscape with streets and walks and buildings. Oh, yeah. Larry in the Mac 3 said, Mr. MBB333 has great space weather reports. Yeah, I mean, I go by Ben because he's very knowledgeable. He's not just one guy, he's a team, right? So, you know, I came out, and I know who you're talking about, Mr. I'll call him Mr. B. That, yeah, I mean, he's pretty much, he knows some good information. He gets good information, but like I said, I've been following Ben for quite a while. Okay, good idea, Ricardo. He said, I'll put links to everything I reference in the Discord server. Okay, cool. I appreciate that. There you go. You said that's a good that's an idea how to save paper, use receipts to take notes on. Hey, whatever works. Like, I'm down. James Cragen, you said, Chris, I watched a program on the Ancient Alien site the other night, and it was about two ex-NASA workers who talked about two satellites circling Earth before Sputnik was ever in space. Unreal, man. Well, you're probably talking about the Black Knight, which is one of them, because it's before Sputnik, or Sputnik, depending on how you want to pronounce it. And it was crazy, right? Well, which is really interesting because here's the thing, too. It'd be crazy to say, oh, yeah, we got something out in space. Can you imagine tracking this thing, the Sputnik, and then going, okay, that's Sputnik over there in that part of the sky. What's that thing? Because if you never tracked anything out there because it was never a satellite, think about it. Crazy. What I find interesting is that how do they know it would take X amount of speed to keep it out in orbit unless they tried other experiments prior? So in other words, you had to put something up there and say, okay, we got it going at a certain speed. Well, that's not fast enough, so therefore it's fell to Earth. Now, if you put it out there fast enough, obviously it stays in orbit. And so it's, you know, the gravitational just perfect out and so much distance from Earth and so much speed it keeps it from, you know, coming back into the atmosphere. I'm not sure of that. Valerian the Mac, he said, what happened to David Wilcox? He's been MIA from his YouTube. Last time I saw him, he was feeding moose. What? Oh my God, that's funny. Daniel, you said, yes, they went off the radio for minutes. Yeah, well, that's the thing. It was like, what was it? I think it was 20 minutes, wasn't it? Yeah, because they said they went on like the medical channel or the whatever kind of channel. And, of course, a lot of people say, no, there was no such thing. It would make sense to me that you would have an additional frequency to be able to communicate back and forth for two reasons. One, if it is something secret, you want to... a lot of times they talked in code, but if you wanted to really say, oh my God, there's something out here you need to be aware of, then they would switch to this other channel. Or how about something simple as an emergency? So, you know, the American people don't hear it. Say, oh my God, you know, and our American astronauts, it's a complete, you know, wash, it's a fail. Because back then they were getting donations through the public and everything else and getting money through them too, right? So if it crashed and burned, you're not going to, you know, put any more money into it, right? So there's a lot of reasons why you'd have an alternate frequency to talk back and forth to Earth with. Oh, Valerian, you're familiar with Ben as well. You said Ben is good too. Avery Roberts says, so a lot of the stuff about material and in history that Billy talks about you believe in. He speaks highly of you. Yeah, I mean, Billy's a good friend of mine, right? When I used to go down there every year. Him and I would just talk about all kinds of stuff like this here. We just hang out and, you know, then spend the day with him, then just go back and spend the rest of the time with the family and everything else. Billy he's very knowledgeable. The one thing about Billy, now some people say, well, yeah, he kind of over embellishes as well. You know, be that may, you know, if that's true, here's what I say. It's like, here's a good example. If you and I were to go to Egypt, okay, which he's done many a times. You go to Egypt, you and I would have a tourist guide, right? He'll pay the extra to get the extra guide, if you know what I mean. Or the extra money to go to places, like if you went to other countries and you had a shaman or a guy that's well in the know about this particular thing, he'll pay the extra to get the extra knowledge and then passing on to us. So I see that as a benefit. Now, some people see it a little bit differently. I don't. One thing about Billy is, you know, he's very knowledgeable, and he gets this information through that way. Now, you know, like I said, I mean, you'll see him like on Facebook and showing like his, you know, I think he just got married too, which is awesome. So the thing is, he's done his homework. That's what's crazy. You know, he comes off as, he's having a good time. He's like, he's got money, you know. I push that all aside. I don't care about that. Would I like to have that much money? Sure. But Billy's earned it. If you do the work, you get the benefits. You reap the benefits. But to me, I go, forget about all that. I don't care about materialistic BS. What I care about is the knowledge that he gained. And if you have to throw a little extra money in there to learn a little bit more, like he was able to go into one of these underground passages near I think it was next to the Sphinx, where he actually gave additional money where you can spend some time near it and check it out a little bit and see a little bit more where the average person could not go through your normal guide. So Billy's pretty smart and spot on guy. He knows his shit. And again, he gets it firsthand and goes deeper if he can to gain this information and pass it on to we the people. So, you know, there's many times, I've actually interviewed Billy on my channel a couple of times. I've had him on. I'd like to have him on again and see what he's learned lately about, you know, wherever he's been, whether it be, you know, Mayan temples, whether it be Egypt, so on and so forth. It'd be great to have him back on, you know. I haven't really seen any of his, I don't know where because you said he speaks highly of you. I don't know where he's been on, because I know he'll get on Facebook a lot and he'll talk about, you know, financial stuff, which he's good at. He invests in quite a bit of stuff too. You know, in fact, him and I were talking when I was dropping him off at the airport, because he came down here. We actually did the Black Knight part of my part that I was in the Black Knight satellite. He came here I'm going to guess it's about 15 minutes up the road here. And it was like at a motel type thing. And what we did is we set up all of the cameras and everything else, and we did it there. And then when I dropped him back off, he's talking about, you know, his investments and everything else. And I was like, yeah, you and I need to really talk about that. I mean, think about it. But yeah, I mean, to me, it's like he's a good guy and he's a stand-up guy. Now, he does have that thing where he'll literally kind of like, yeah, you know, look what I've gotten, what I've achieved. And you know what? Some people take it differently. Some people take it, oh, he's just bragging about his money and blah. Again, anyone here, I don't care who you are right here in the chat right now, or myself, if you go out there and you bust your hump and you get it done and you're showing me a Rolls Royce, a Lambo, a Bugatti, good for you, because you've earned it. That's the way I look at it, right? But yeah, I'd like to have Billy on again. What do you guys think? Valerian, he said, isn't the Black Knight an alien satellite? Yeah, it's supposed to have been there for quite some time, right? They're talking, I don't know how they would actually know this unless they literally went up there and tested the material the thing's made of to know how long. I've heard like anywhere between 36,000 years to different years. I don't know. But isn't it what we're doing now to another alien planet? We're doing it to Mars. We get satellites all over it. So maybe, if this thing is 100% real, because I've never seen it in person, I believe that it is there and it is real. If it's there, was it there from a prior civilization on Earth, here on Earth? And it just happened to have their own satellite around it. Or was there one and they had another civilization put that there to keep an eye on them? Or see what's going on the planet? We're doing the same thing right now. On other planets as well as Mars, mostly Mars right now. So it's not that different. It really isn't. Ricardo, yes, I actually watch Anton. He's pretty good. He does some really good stuff. Anyone else watch Anton Petrov's channel as well? I like his short presentation. Yeah, he's actually really done good. I have to do I have to do like a. I have to bring it up. I have to, next time we do a live feed, I'll get out the enhancements I've done, and you know some of the things we discussed. Me and Billy and I had discussed, and I'll bring out the enhancement that I had, and then the photos that I had that he used in the video. I was able to give them all of those, meaning the ones that were from NASA themselves when they were doing these spacewalks and so on and so forth, right? The STS missions, so on and so forth. I think there was like 5 or 6 different photos, and I gave him the photos. And there was a couple enhancements that I had done, gave him, and I think he did a pretty good job with it. I really do think that documentary came out really good. Alan Snyder, good afternoon, Chris. Yes, the astronauts looked absolutely in shock at the press thing when they returned. Always thought that it was spooky. Yeah, because I was getting into that earlier where they literally went there and probably seen these things for themselves and basically crapped themselves. Think about it. It's it's one thing to see it on a film, like this is what we saw, but to actually be there and see and be next to these objects, they were freaked out. Then they probably told them, by the way, you can't say a thing about it in the press release or press conference or any of that sort. You can't say it. Oh, really? You gotta be kidding. Think about this. You go there and you see something totally not us, meaning structures, spacecraft. I've seen things that look like dilapidated spacecraft and structures, things that were intact. So if they went there and they're standing next to these things, can you imagine the awe these guys must have been? I would have crapped myself. One, I'd be like, is there anything still left in these things? Is there other civilization? Is there civilization still there? I think one of them said at one time, he said, oh yeah, they're moving under our feet. Like they could feel like a vibration. Like they knew something was there. And then one astronaut talked about how there was spacecraft on the side of the crater wall, and it said they're looking down at us. Now, if this is absolutely true, that's crazy. These guys came back, and I said this before, it's like almost like an equivalent to like watching your parents die in a bad fiery crash. They literally came back and they just didn't want to be there. They literally you could just see them going, oh God, shit, I want to get out of here. You could just see the look on their face. And then when he asked them about stars, they were like, stars? Did you see stars? I didn't see stars. Did you see stars? I don't think they gave a shit. Because here's the thing. When you're flying there's 3 things you get to see. The Earth you're now leaving, the sun, and the moon. Now, a couple of them had stated that when they were in the middle between the moon and Earth, and they could see the 3 of them all at once, it was just awe-inspiring. It's just cool to see that. So they're seeing all the stars they need to see, and they could give a shit. Because they were going there for one thing and one thing only. So they get down there, and they're not going to go, you know what, this spacecraft is absolutely enormous. No, forget about that, guys. Look at the stars. Really? They weren't there for that. They weren't there for sightseeing. They were there to get a job done. That's what they were there for. Bert Banana says this channel needs more thumbs up and subs for your knowledge and time put into your work. Yeah, well, you got to thank YouTube for that, stunting our growth. This is the reason why I always depend on you folks to like spread the word of whether it's social media. Hey guys, check out this channel. You'll love this. If you love anything about Mars or space and think there's something going on that they're hiding from us, this is the channel you need to check out, so on and so forth. Because this channel was growing, I'm not even lying to you, on a slow day, 50 to 100 subs a day. How long have we been stuck here? It was 66.9 for the longest time. Finally flipped over to 67,000. Are you kidding me right now? Give me a break. You know as well as I do that, you know, they're doing this purposely. They're stunting it, you know. Avery Robbins said, I watched a video on his channel specifically talking about your research and the anomalies on Mars, and that's how I found your channel. Billy is great, though people try to discredit him childish ways. Of course. You know, anytime somebody has a lot, and I don't know why this bothers some people, I don't get it. If you have a lot more knowledge about something, I'm going to stand up and listen. Especially if I go, okay, that sounds logical. He's not trying to go, you know, lead anybody down a bad path. He's trying to do the right thing. He's trying to bring this stuff out. I'm going to listen to you. Some people go, he's got more knowledge than me. I think this guy's a jerk. What, are you serious right now? Come on. Come on. You know, Billy is very knowledgeable. He's down to earth. That's what I love about Billy. Now, some people like try to be something they're not, and that's not true at all. When you listen to what he's got to say, and then do your own research, you go, I'll be damned if he's not right. And of course, a lot of people don't have the knowledge he has because, again, he'll go into it deeper if he can, and literally pay his way a little, get a little more information for the people. I think that's fantastic. I would do the same. You know, I try to get as much information, bring it to you folks. If your motive is to bring the truth to the people, then by God, do it. You know what I mean? And if somehow you got, you know, rich or you got more money during the course of it, why is it a bad thing? Why would you knock somebody like that? I don't care who you are. Anybody in here, if you guys done it, good, kudos to you. Kudos to you. But like you said, people get in childish ways, they want to talk shit, and that's just the way it is. It's been like that since the dawn of time. Think about it. There you go. You said, but stars are so pretty. That's true. Absolutely. Code Hard, I like that, what you said to Avery. Yeah, he's cool. And the best dressed dude in the field. You got that right. Oliver Klein said everything was staged up there. I think, yeah, once they get up there, they made it look good, right? Here's what I find amusing. Remember when they showed them golfing up there? Think about it. I don't know why they would do that, because to me, that's not scientific. Although there was like, well, they want to play it off like, well, we're having a great time. Just looking at these little rocks and just want to show you guys what would happen to the golf ball when you hit one on the moon. It's all funny. In the meantime, they're really doing the research, what's really going on. And that, to me, it's what's behind the scenes, what they were doing, that is really interesting to me. You know, they're sitting there, you know, they're driving the moon buggy, kicking up rooster tails behind them, dust flying everywhere. I don't give a damn about it. It's all shenanigans. It's like, I want to see the real stuff, but they won't show you that. It's like, so the first important step for man is golfing on the moon. Sure. But they want to make light of it. They were having a great time up there. If that's the case, like we just said earlier, you guys brought this up again. If that's the case, why do they all come back like they seen a ghost? What's the deal here? Think about it. Doesn't make much sense, does it? Yeah, exactly, Pete. You said so much has been covered up on the moon, there has to be a reason. There you go. And again, there's no reason to doctor or censor a photo unless you're trying to hide something in it. That's the reason why when people say, I think all the moon landings were fake. No, they weren't. I think the Mars stuff is all fake. No, they aren't. Because here's the thing. If I'm so good at faking, again, you say, well, it's on a giant stage or something like that. Okay, I get that, and I can understand people's reason for believing that. However, if I'm going to lie and perpetrate a huge lie, I'm going to make sure there's nothing in that photo at all that I don't have to blur out. I don't have to censor. What would be the point? Picture a very large stage you're building. You got the moon buggy, you got the capsule, you got the background, you got the hills, you got to fake those, of course. you know, so on and so forth. But then take everything off the moon dust, the fake moon dust, as well as the craters. Take all of the junk off. In other words, staging gear, you know, all kinds of trash. You want to take that off there so there's nothing to blur out. It would look so authentic. If you've ever been down to Florida, the Space Coast, Kennedy, oh shit. Anyway, the space down there. If you've ever been there, I've been there years ago, and they have one that has the rover on it, and it looks so realistic. So in other words, I could have took a picture of it. It's like a small piece of ground, but they had it on there, and I took a picture of it, and I went, wow, that's pretty cool. I wouldn't have had to blur it out because it was realistic. In other words, it was on there, real soil or sand, and the moon buggy. Nothing to fake, nothing to blur, nothing to do anything. Now, make a very large set of that. Why would you have to blur anything? It makes no damn sense to censor anything on it. People go, well, maybe they left like gear on there, so they had to block it out. Really? Or you could just remove it from the set and not block out anything. It'd be so pristine, it would make your head spin. James Cragen, again, thank you for your support, as always. He said, Chris, it has been seen traveling around the Earth in a full Earth orbit as if it's watching over us. Jackson Valley saw that's why he got into it all. Oh, okay. Yeah, but it's doing the north to south pole, you know, orbit as opposed to, like most of the time, you know, going equatorial, going around the normal way the satellites go around. Well, that's of course a geostationary set. But as far as the ones that actually orbit around the Earth, they're doing this, right, where these go in polar orbits. Steve Garner said they were told to keep quiet or else. Well, yeah, I mean, they probably signed it saying, you guys understand that what we're showing you here in this room today can't go any further. So what you need to do is sign this. And if you break this contract, we break you in half. I mean, it's as simple as that. Or you'll somehow have a small mishap while driving your car. So that's basically what it comes down to. Keep your mouth shut, and they all agreed, no problem. But then coming back, how the hell do you keep that inside? How do you do that? That's crazy. Hey, baby. Oh, Kit just walked in. Come here. Want to say hi to the folks? Come here. Look. Say hi to the folks. I know, you just got in. You want to go to bed? You want to go lay down? She goes, yeah, I'd rather do that. Anyway, here you go. Here you go. Oop. Now she'll be chilling. Of course, she'll probably be messing around with everything on the bed, but that's okay. Yeah, that was the new... She's going to stop playing with stuff. Because I took out some of this radio equipment earlier so I could show you guys, and it's got wires and stuff, and you know how cats love wires. As long as it's not powered up, she'll be all right. Equalizer, he said, I'm here, but I'm late. Sorry about that. You're fine, Equalizer. I'm glad to see you here, man. Richard, yeah, you're right about that. Golfing on the moon, just a little bit of Masonic fun. You're right about that. Avery Roberts, you said, more money and knowledge makes you a threat, is how they try to perceive. That's the case sometime, but not always. Well, that's true. What's going on, Kenneth? Good to see you in there. Humanity's greatest achievement is, in fact, that we have not exterminated ourselves. Hello from Denmark. Silly cat. Thank you, Equalizer. Appreciate that. Appreciate your support as always. Good luck. Now hear this. Yeah, that's true, Ricardo. You said not seen Alan from Mars the Second Generation before. That's true. I haven't heard anything about it. Have you been on his channel at all? Enrico, that's a good question. He said if ETs were watching them on the moon, then would playing golf be a form of communication, secret message? I don't know. It seems like they probably went in a different area where there was nothing to see, and they were just playing this little, oh yeah. Or, like some people say, oh, that was all like recorded. It was a bunch of garbage, meaning it was done here on Earth. Think about it. If you were to make a fake stage, okay, and you record this, them playing golf, doing all kinds of stuff like this, think about this a minute. How do we know the transmissions came from the moon? And I've thought about this many a times. So in other words, okay, folks, they're going to the moon. They're now on the moon. Yes, and the first step for man, you know, whatever, blah, blah, blah. He goes on and on. Then they hit a recording. So in the meantime, you're watching this thinking it's live, and it's actual recording that they've done in a staged area. So you're watching this, but in the real stuff was going on that we weren't seeing. They were, we weren't. Think about this a minute. They could have easily faked that with no problem at all. Not faking the moon, but what they wanted it to show the public. This is the reason why, how do you go from, they're going like, remember that when they were getting on there? Yeah, everybody's waving, even astronauts are waving to all the people before they get on the capsule. Everybody was like, oh yeah, great, great. They come back. They literally looked like they wanted to kill themselves. They didn't want to be there. What's that tell you? Jeffrey Eaton, you said people can't keep their mouth shut. For all of it to be fake is impossible. Look at how many whistleblowers there is. Somebody would have come forward by now and spilled the beans. Well, that's true. Especially a country that doesn't like you, right? They'd be like, oh, the hell, they never went to the moon. They're full of crap. And they would literally out us in a hurry. So, or any other country if we were doing it to another country. Because, you know, at the time, the Soviet Union went to the moon as well. So we could have easily looked at them and said, oh, hell, they never went. But they did. When they were with their Lunicard having a good time over there. She's playing with one of the boxes, the cardboard box. Cats in cardboard boxes, funny as hell. Ricardo said, oh, the real star made an appearance. And she's a goof. Oh, kitty, I have a tuxedo cat too. That's what it looks like she's got on too. I had one, one of the mom cats had babies years ago when we lived in another house. And I actually called it Tux because it literally had a tuxedo type thing. It was tough to get him used to people, but he was small like her. Finally got him used to me. He'd sit in my lap and everything else. He wouldn't let anybody else hold him. Finally got him so warmed up, my wife could hold him, and my kids could hold him, and everything else. But we wanted to move him along, get him a better home, because at the time we had 3 cats, right? So I was like, well, and she goes, going to start knocking things off the bed. That's what cats do, right? So hold on. Oh. So anyway, so, you know, we end up, it was kind of probably one of the hottest things I had to do. We had to, like, go find her another home, him home, rather. So that kind of sucked. But, you know, knowing that he'd get a good home is what it's all about. You doing, Tweet? Huh? Hey, baby. Come here. Yeah. .786 Auto is in the house. Just see news, meteorite hit someone's house in Nevada County. House burned to the ground. Well, that's not good. Was it an actual rock or was it space debris? Iron Merkin says, cat on stream, double the likes. Oh, yeah. Man, that's what I got to do. I just have her on my shoulder all the time. That'd be awesome. Claire Mead, he said, gorgeous little kitty. What is she called? We call her Tessa, Tessie. And again, I don't know if you know the story, but I asked my kids, what do you want to call it? So they're coming out and said, my oldest daughter goes, she kind of looks like the color of like a Hostess cupcake. Hostess? Tess? And then as I thought about it, I went, oh, Tesla. You know me, right? I got to throw that in there. But anyway, I was like, so we started calling her Tess. I call her Tessie. Tessa. So she's still confused now at a young age. She's going, hey, make up your mind. Which one is it? But we went with that. Danny, you said Russia would have said the landing was fake for sure. You got that right. What? Avery Roberts, you said, what reason would they have not to go back to the moon if we've been enough to know we can safely make the trip, especially with the tech we have today? Well, yeah, exactly. Exactly. So, and of course, we are going to go back. We got the Artemis mission coming up, and I think it's been delayed too. I think because of weather or something, or some kind of technical problem. I believe. I could be wrong. You guys can correct me. Yeah. All right. Let me see. Like I said, I think I said hello to 786 Otto. Always good to see him in there. Oliver Klein, first landing was fake. Which landing was that? Because there was only one, the very first one, and that was Apollo 11. Apollo 10 was a orbiting, and so wasn't 9. I think 9 is the one that had the fire. Right? Which one was it? I'm trying to think here. But either way, the first moon landing was Apollo 11. Jonathan Waddell, he said, that makes my head hurt. Oh, you must be talking about when I was talking about the fake thing going on. B. Anderson, good evening, Chris, from Denmark. What's going on, B? Hope everything's well over there. Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that too, Ricardo. He said, I guess Sunday schedule will not work for a fair few of our regular Hangout friends. Misheard, Mars to a second gen. Yeah, exactly. Metalhead, what's going on? Must have snuck in there. I didn't even see you. Armstrong's kids have spoken on what Neil saw on the moon. Yeah, I think I seen one of them that was on there. It was pretty cool. Zach Lell, I think it is. Hi, Chris. Hope you're doing well. Nice to see you back on live stream. Zach from Middle England, UK. What's going on, man? Hope you're doing well. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I didn't even see that. That was pretty cool. Yeah, I hope you're doing good over there. Hope the weather's good because we're getting weather we probably shouldn't be having right now, but we are. We are. And I'm not complaining. Keep the heat bill down, right? Jonathan Waddell, he said, my cat loves tape. Oh, yeah, anything that crinkles. Paper. Yeah, but Hugo, like I said, it's hard to fake something when you know, again, if you were to stage it yourself, okay, there's so many ways to do that. In other words, you could show a moon buggy, and I've seen this myself in person. It's right there. Real. You had to build it. It's real. Now you make a fake moon landing. Dust, gray dust, whatever it may be. Put it all up. Okay, it's on a big stage. And you put like a backdrop or whatever you want to put. Okay, that part I get. Pretty easy to fake. And it can make it look so realistic. However, would you leave something on the set and then turn around and have to blur it out or try to take it out with airbrushing or whatever? Does that make sense to you? Not at all. There's no reason why you should do that. If you're that good at it and you want to make it believable, you're going to make sure this thing is spot on. There's no way you're going to do that. I Am Mercury said, personal opinion, the first landings were the real one, where they learned what they needed. The later ones are the studio ones from propaganda against the USSR, and they were photos and mistakes. Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. You know, I think everybody's entitled to their opinion. I don't believe personally that's the case. Because here's the thing. If you went and your mission was to gather information from whatever's there, meaning physically grab some things, photos, whatever it might have been, keep in mind, that's not the only mission that went to one spot on the moon. There were several different spots. Remember, it was like 7 missions total. So you're going to go up there and check out different areas. So there's probably different structures or whatever else, and they needed to gather information from that. So whether it's, like I said, get out of there. So you're either going to, you know, you're going to go up there and you're going to gather this information, whether it's physical, like I said, or photos or whatever, purposely, so you can bring it back to the scientist or NASA, the DOD, wherever it may be, right? And that makes sense to me because they're in different parts of the moon. Now, here's the weird part. Can you imagine if all of these missions were done in the same spot Apollo mission 11 was? Then you go, oh, what would be the point of that? If you already gathered some soil or soil, but sand or whatever, or dust, and rocks, what would be the point of being there 7 more missions? However, the other idea was to, if you go to other parts of the moon, you're gathering more information. So there's more than one spot that had these anomalies on the moon. It's as simple as that, right? Jeffrey Eaton, you said, what they showed us was what they did on Earth. That is one of the things that makes people believe that it is all fake. What they really did up there was we will never see. Maybe our grandkids or great-grandkids. And that's a possibility. Again, I believe this was I don't know if I want to call it faked, because it was a real production. I believe they showed that to the public, and in the meantime, they were really doing something up on the moon, and they made it look so good. You need to get out of them wires before I beat that booty. Get out of there. Oh, got her again. Got her again. Here, sit up here. Oh, now she's gonna go wandering around oh, he's going on the computer. Oh, now you just messed up the other computer. What are you doing? Oh, she's so adorable. Oh, let's see. Okay, there we go. She actually went on the keyboard of the other computer. It's like all kinds of stuff started coming up. Like, oh, that's good. Not good. Zach Lau, thank you very much for your support. I do appreciate you. Thank you. Ricardo, who said everyone's entitled to an opinion as long as it's mine? True. It's like, everybody's got their own opinion. Just believe in mine. Oh. Jeffrey Eaton, he says, NASA has scientists? When did that happen? Well, you know as well as I do, they're going to have geologists, they're going to have their own scientists, so on and so forth working under them, because they're going to want to know what these things are, analyze it, blah, 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 break it down. Same thing with anything got to do with the soil and the makeup of the moon, so on and so forth, right? So, and this is the reason why I tell people too, we're not the first ones to see these photos. A lot of people go, well, they're all fake photos, whether it's from Mars, wherever it's, I don't believe that's the case. First of all, you have to get funded, okay? They say, that's fine. It's like you want to build a prototype of a new car. I need X amount of millions because I need to start this factory, but I need to build the first car and then show it to you. Okay, we need, if we give this to you, we need to have results. You need to show something productive. You need to show us a working model. You need to show us this. If you cannot produce this, you're done. We're not giving you another damn dime. So they have to do this. They get these real photos. Obviously, well, we got to start from scratch. Blueprints. Build these objects, meaning whether it's space buggies, meaning moon buggy, spacecraft, like the rovers, so on and so forth. You then fund them. They go up there. They show progress. This is what we found so far, so on and so forth. these people are probably working intricately with NASA, meaning the people that are not underneath NASA's payroll, but they want to see something produced. They go, okay, so here's the photos, by the way. This is what we've gotten so far. Okay, but that doesn't mean they're not real photos. They mean that they're overlaid with some digital copy over it to hide what most of it's on there. But the real information is still in that photo, the original one. If you look at the metadata to it, it's all there. But that doesn't mean they can't overlay it with false information. And this is what I believe they're doing. Marina, you said, nice kitty. Yeah, she's adorable. She's just so playful right now. Even my older cat's going, dude, seriously, chill. I mean, but, you know, that could be. Told my wife, I said, didn't we say we didn't want to take any more kids? Well, we got a feline now. Our kids are all grown and out of the house, and it's like, now we get the kitty, but she's adorable. We love her. Just likes to get into trouble. She's rambunctious. Space.com says, astronomers have detected another planet killer asteroid. Could we miss one coming our way? If you surfed the web this morning, you may have seen news of the latest existential threat to humanity, a planet killer asteroid named 2022 AP7. Okay? I don't know if you guys have heard this. I heard about this myself. The article was originally published at the Conversation. The publication contributed the article to Space.com expert voices, op-ed, insights. Anyway, if you surfed the web recently, okay, we already read that. Luckily for us, 2022 AP7 has no chance to hit Earth currently, according to Scott Shepard at the Carnegie Institute for Science. He and his international team of colleagues observed 2022 AP7 and a trio of rather large asteroids obscured by the sun's glare. The other two don't pose a risk. 2022 AP7 orbits the sun every 5 years and currently crosses Earth's orbit when Earth is on the other side of the sun to it. Eventually its movement will sync with Earth and will cross much closer by, but this will be centuries into the future. We simply don't know enough about 2022 AP7 to precisely predict the danger it may pose centuries from now. At the same time, we suspect that there could be other planet killers out there yet to be discovered. But how many? And what's being done to find them? I'll let you guys hear this as opposed to playing it because, again, copyright. You got to love that. So we'll just bring that way down. Yeah, I mean, they can track these things, right? I mean, they're not stupid. They can track these things and see at some point the paths will cross and they go, okay, well, this is not good. Using this new technique, the discoveries are the first of many we're focused on in a digital mapping platform. So you got our inner, you can see it right there in the inner, you got our star, our sun. And of course you've got, our orbits of the other planets. And then of course you've got, all of these asteroids around our solar system. So yeah. Asteroid 2022 AP7 is the largest potential hazardous asteroid, or PHA, found in 8 years with a diameter of 1.1 kilometers and 2.3 kilometers. For context, an asteroid with a diameter of more than 1 kilometer is enough to trigger a mass extinction event on Earth. Now it's saying decades from now. Weren't we just talking about the sun and its action going on with our planet, and that within 2030, 2040 there may be an issue? Ricardo Petrossi, thank you very much for your support, man. I really appreciate that. But yeah, you make a great point. It's, oh my God, headline. There's a massive 1 mile wide asteroid heading towards Earth. Subtitle. But not pose any threat. I mean, isn't it funny how they do that shit? James Cragen, thank you very much, as always, for your support as well. Never went up, haha. Now you mean they never stopped. No, you mean they never stopped. Yeah, exactly. Of course they went. I mean, listen, I'm okay with people believing what they want, as long as the information they got was from a reputable source. Like I said, we can get into all kinds of BS about, we'll call it FA, and I think most of you guys don't know that. And you can get into that, and they'll say, oh, they never went to out into orbit, you know, outer orbit, and they never went to hit the moon. They never. Stop. Just look up the technical parts to this. People like, oh, well, you know, how did they get the freaking moon buggy up there? That's so ridiculous. There's no way they're going to fit that. If you learn, just Google this. How do they transport the moon buggy to the moon? It's almost like a giant lawn chair. As silly as that sounds. If you've seen the way it was made, it literally is just a tube frame, 4 electric motors, like kind of, what do they call them, like a kind of screened wheel. It's really weird and bizarre. Lightweight as can be. The seats will look like they were from a beach chair. The lighter the better, so that the battery will last longer. Again, we're powering, you know, 4 wheels, right? So if you've seen it, they literally packed it into the landing module. It literally, they open up these doors, and come down. It literally went, the front wheels unloaded. And then this whole thing, they were able to just bring it down, the rest of it, and it just unfolded. I mean, go watch this thing. It's very brilliant how they put it together. In fact, they had like 7 different contracts on what to I should say, who's going to actually make this thing. I think Grumman was in there, one of them. I'm trying to remember who actually got the, oh shit, who was it that had that? Anyway, there's 7 potential companies that could build this moon buggy, and they needed to have it a certain way, and that's how they did it, right? Jeffrey Eaton, you said things like 2022 AP7 are written about for one thing and one thing only, distract us from something else. And that could very well be. I almost guarantee it there, Jeffrey, yeah. Because think about it, it's almost like they're trying to keep everybody like walking on eggshells at all given times. Think about it. Oh, we got this going on, Oh, maybe, don't get me wrong, I'm sure they're correct on the path's probably meeting Earth at some point. And it's not just that rock, there's probably many other rocks. And maybe this is the reason why it's a big venture to try to get out into space. Get humans on more planets. Think about it. If one of them hits the planet today and it is an actual planet killer, game over. It's a wrap. It's done. We're all done. You won't be able to live through it unless you're deep underground and dug in like a tick. There's no way you're getting out of this. So either you're in these DUMBs, these deep underground military bases, or you're screwed. There's no way around it. You know, even if you somehow get away with the impact. Let's say it's on the other side of the Earth, and eventually it just dust, everything spews into the air. You're gonna go into a nuclear winter. Everything's gonna die. No food, no nothing. If you survive that, if you're lucky enough to do that, this is what I'm saying. It's just, I don't know. So there is some truth to it. I just think they, like Ricardo said, I just love how they say, oh yeah, breaking news or something like that, and it's a headline, and then they go, it doesn't really pose any threat though. It's like, what's the point, right? Marina, you said, I saw that Asteroid Killer 2 on Twitter today. I don't see probability of it crashing to Earth. I don't think it'll do it anytime soon, but let's say it's 50 years from now. Sounds like a long time off. Most of us will all be dead and gone and being compost, but at some point, these rocks will literally just come into the same path. And it's just a question of time. It's not if it will happen, it's when it will happen, right? Trouble's Blading, he said, Anton is the bee's knees. No doubt. He's a good guy. Avery Roberts, wasn't it attached to... he said, wasn't it attached to the outside of the model? Yes. It's just like, just open up this bulkhead on the side of it and just, boom, this thing unfolded out. Oliver Klein, wonder that thing was even driving. Yeah, you got that right. But they made it as simplistic and light as possible, because you remember, you had 2 astronauts on this thing, right? So they want to make it as light as possible. It probably gave the batteries more chance to get them around to the route that they needed to go. So the heavier the vehicle, obviously more consumption, right? I'm not sure if I'm pronouncing that right. JC and McGurk. They said batteries of the time should have struggled to power it. Exactly. So if they had, you know, again, 4 electric motors. I mean, they want to make sure they get stuck with this thing, right? The wheels were designed to like be above the dust to a certain degree, because you can see it still went into the mesh, but make it as super light as possible. I think one guy, well, on the moon you can still pick it up by yourself, but it was heavy because of the batteries, right? And of course you had that control module on it that was in between the two. Well, it's almost, you got the driver and the passenger, but still had the 2 seats. If you seen the seats, you'd laugh your butt off. It's literally like take a lounge chair, or I mean a beach chair, and just cut off the legs to it, and they just sat it on the actual. That's basically what it was. The lighter the better, because they knew the batteries only lasted so long, and they probably didn't know how long it would last on the moon. Think about that a minute. So they probably had an idea, depending on if it was in the sun too long, and I'm sure they had it, you know, insulated so it wouldn't overheat the batteries or whatever. So I'm sure they had some much thinking they had to do with this thing. It was just crazy, right? Hey, Mr. Phil C., what's going on? Good to see you, and thank you very much for your support. What have you been up to, man? Hope you're doing well. Leslie Ann's taking on, said, nighty all. I'm getting tired. Be safe. Look at my pics. They are real and true, and I have had a personal relationship with many of these beings, and that true cover-up. We'll have to do that. Let's see something here. I don't know how many videos you've added, Leslie Ann. Let me just see something here. All right, we got, yeah, I think you got like, you got several videos up there. I don't know if you have experiences you've showed about, if you've talked about any of your experiences, but let me see something here. I think I do this again. I was going to say, if you like, if you've done that, I can go ahead and share the channel. Oop. We do it that way. And you can check it out. We can check it out. Oh, okay, you're talking about the Discord as well. Okay. Yeah, we'll definitely have to do that. And we can do that. We'll give you folks the link to the Discord server. You guys can check it out. A lot of great stuff going on up there. What's new? Okay. Let me see here. Okay. I'll give everybody the link to it. You can check it out. A lot of good talk up there. A lot of good stuff going on up there. There is the link to the Discord if you want to check it out. Ricardo, you said we all appreciate you making time on Sunday to have the live hangout, Chris. And I extended a big thank you to everyone else for showing support too. Well, I mean, and I've said this before, and big thank you to Ricardo as well. Nothing but, you know, kudos to you for helping out with Discord and everything else, and you know, keeping people informed if I can't, that you do. So I do appreciate you, and it doesn't go unnoticed, by the way. And like I said, I do appreciate that. Although we have a moderator up there, and the bots and all that goofy stuff up there, but it always helps with just, I believe in people, not just AI and stuff like that. So big kudos to you, Ricardo, and I appreciate you. I was just thinking the same thing, Ricardo. He said, Phil C is back with a bang. Good to have you here. Yeah, it's been a while since we've seen Phil. Hi, Chris. So, which would you rather see happen first, a SpaceX Mars colony or a Blue Origin orbiting human habitat? I think I'd have to go with the Mars. What do you guys think? It's a great question, Phil. Great question. What would you rather see first, SpaceX Mars colony? Only because, like I said, I like the idea of the human habitat. I love that. But it's kind of like oversized space station, right? It's kind of like, it would be cool to see, but I think what they want to do is they definitely want to be on another planet at some point, because like we're talking about here, astronomers have detected another planet killer. At some point, it will happen. Now, all it has to be is the size of a single state here, like the size of Texas. That you're pretty much screwed. Even if it was a quarter the size of Texas, it's going to do some serious damage to this planet. So I like the idea of both, Phil. I like both of them, because here's the thing. It's like, have both? That would be pretty sweet. A habitat like that, and it's almost like being on Earth. It's like, I don't know if you're talking about the, remember the artist rendition? Showed like a giant, like a wheel type thing, and it had like all the grass and all the houses and everything. That was pretty sweet. Or a colonization of Mars. I think I'd rather go with, importantly because of that, is the Mars civilization or the colonization. Wow, Ricardo, it is fast. He said, I recently installed the internet connection for the hotel's Wi-Fi network. 10 gigabit? Holy crap. What a speed, huh? I guess so. Yeah, like just shy of 1, I think, and it's like, that's pretty fast. Renee V said, have you seen the news about the space shuttle from China, that China is being very secretive about it and would have done in orbit around the Earth? I think I know which one you're talking about. Yeah, I mean, well, it's kind of like what is that little one we had? The little, I think it was 7. I think it was one of the numbers on it was a 7. Remember that little mini space shuttle we had? And they wouldn't say nothing about it. It was up there for, I think, 2 years, wasn't it? Which I found really interesting, because I go, wait a minute, doesn't it take 2 years? It's like every 2 years, you have to plan a trip to Mars, because Mars is closer every 2 years. Every 2 years, and it happens to be 2 years. Was it something that was going to Mars and coming back? That little shuttle, right? I don't know. Leslie Ann, you said, oh, by the way, since my bad bout with PTSD, I sleep talking right. Yes, Chris, I always support you. You changed my life. Well, I mean, I appreciate that. I mean, but the thing is, it's like, I like the idea of just your person, because everybody's got their own flavor. They come and they add to the chat, right? And their experiences or their opinions and stuff like that, which is awesome. There's not too many places you can go to do that without either being scoffed at or whatever. Because we try to keep it as real as possible, although we speculate a lot because of whatever we see, right? So, yeah. But still, it's the people that make the channel up, not me. Yes, I started it, but it's you people that actually have, made the channel what it is today, right? So that I'm very appreciative of. Yeah, the XB-37, Phil. Yeah, I think it's that. I last checked, we have 2 of them still in operation. Yeah. Well, and that's the thing. It was up there for 2 years. I was like, wait a minute. Okay, 2 years. Well, hell, this thing could have flown to Mars and back. I mean, we don't know. You only need enough fuel to just perpetuate it through space, get there. It could land if it wanted to. The gravity's not as great, as it is on Earth. Or, it just kind of circles around, makes an orbit, comes back, slingshots back to Earth. How would we know? The X-37B, that's what it is. Okay. Yep. Exactly, Ricardo. Oh, yes, the X-37 was a test craft that spent 2 years in orbit. Yeah, I mean, they say, I don't know if they knew where this thing was. They knew it was in orbit, supposedly in orbit, but I don't know. Yeah, just like this one. You see this? Amateur radio operators and more will track NASA's Artemis 1 moon mission. And, oh yeah, especially if they have, if it's anything like the first moon missions, which they were on the 2-meter band, by the way, and well, not all frequencies were, but the thing is, it's like these guys could hear them talking, right? So they knew what was going on, and you know, so they're not stupid. They're pretty smart people. So if this is the same thing now, where you'll be able to listen to them talk, that'd be awesome. I mean, that would be really, really cool to hear. Now, how far you'd hear it, I don't know. But keep in mind, they have no obstruction as far as structures or mountains or anything else. They're literally out in space. This is the reason why when I hear the ISS, that thing's way the hell off. It could be over Midwest. And I can hear them here with no problem. Why? There's no obstructions. And I've actually done a video on that because somebody who said, oh, the shuttle is fake, it's not up there. I went, oh my God, here we go again. So what I did is I had a live feed of, you can see the actual camera looking down at the ground, and then they had the other, what's the word I want to use? It was like an animated view, and you can see where it was, and I think it was coming up in Central America at the time, and you can see it getting closer and getting closer. I said, guys, anytime. I had a half a screen on this one, half a screen on that one, and you can see it. Anytime we should start seeing landfall, well, not landfall, but landmass, and as soon as it got close enough on the animation, you can start to see a landmass. I said, so both of them are coinciding. They're working the way they should. One goes, oh, no, they're completely fake and blah, 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 so whatever. Listen, you're free to believe anything you want, but the thing is, it's like, believe it if you've done your homework. Because chances are, if you'd actually done your homework, you'd find out that's not true. It's the real deal, right? Marina, yeah, and that's all I ask. You said, I'd love to contribute to the channel by participating in live streams. There you go. And you know, like I said, I'm thankful for everybody that's here. Because to me, that shows support right off the bat, right? It doesn't really have to be in money. It just has to be people that's like, yeah, support the channel, man. I spread the word and everything else. That, to me, is like, boom, right there, you know? Ricardo, you said X-37 was a hell of a drone spaceship. Yep. Yeah, exactly. John Sharp, what's going on? Good to see you in there. He said, I'm driving my van tonight, so we'll catch up later. Say my name loud. John Sharp! Good to see you in there, man. Glad you peeked in there. Renee V said, but that thing looks bizarre. 2.0 of USA's space shuttle. Well, yeah. Yeah. That little X-37? Absolutely. Goat, you taking off? You said, great chat tonight. Good night, everyone. All right, Goat, thanks for being in here. Thanks for the support. Thanks for commenting. Appreciate you. Have yourself a good week coming up there, right? Something that sucks about doing that on a Sunday is like the next day's work. It's like, ugh. But it is what it is. What are you going to do, right? Kurt Urbanus, he is here. What's going on? He says, hi, Chris. Hi, everyone. What's going on, man? Good to have you in there. Kurt Urbanus, yeah, he said, I prefer USS Enterprise NCC 1701, of course, than Artemis ship. Well, true. But you got to go what you can get. You know, you got to go with it. Amateur radio operators will join the powerful international network tracking NASA's Orion spacecraft after it launches toward the moon this month. NASA officials announced that the network of 18 volunteers, organizations, and space agencies will assist in tracking Artemis 1. Why would they have to do that? Technology is good. I don't think we need 18 volunteers or organizations to do that, but I'm down with it. Which will send an uncrewed Orion spacecraft to the orbit around the moon after blasting off from Earth atop of a Space Launch System, or SLS, rocket. Launch is set for no earlier than November 14th. The selected The selected volunteers, including 2 individuals in the amateur radio community, will demonstrate whether they can receive Orion's signal and use their respective ground antennas to passively track and measure changes in the radio waves transmitted by Orion. NASA's officials said in a statement on Monday, October 31st. Yeah, because basically, I mean, they got like Yagi antennas. What they are is they're just like a beam antenna. There's a, if you're not familiar with it, rather, if you're not. It's basically got the boom and then you got elements. It almost looks like a TV antenna, like an old TV antenna, right? And they're just directional. They can literally put them on rotors and turn them and point them where they need to and bring them up. They're both, they can be adjusted horizontally and vertically, right? So you get these things up there, point up there, and just track the thing, and so you can get you can hear it and everything else. These measurements will be made during the 3 distinct phases of Orion's approximately 25-day mission: the journey to the moon, its orbit above the lunar surface, and the journey back to Earth. Agency officials added. Artemis, NASA, not. Hell, I didn't even hear it there. Let me see here. That's because I got that one off. NASA collected the proposals in a requested for information release in August. Data that participants pick up will be sent to the agency's Space Communications and Navigation, or SCAN, program. The goal is to improve tracking information for future deep space missions, NASA officials stated. NASA will also gather its own tracking data on Orion. We received dozens of calls from antenna owners and operators around the world asking, how can we get involved? John Hudenberg, hold on, let me get rid of that and pause that and get rid of that. SCAN's mission committed manager said in the statement, this was our answer. Show us what you can do while supporting the next big thing in human space exploration. Participating government space agencies include Canadian Space Agency, Canada, Center National, okay, we got France in there, we got Germany in there, we got Korea, Ireland, Australia, United States, or United Kingdom rather, I'm sorry. Of course, we already had the U.S., Intuitive Machines U.S., and several of them in Italy as well. So that's awesome. Yeah, there you go. Ricardo. Do not adjust your television set. We control vertical and horizontal. It is, in fact. No, not that. I don't believe it's a 357, but let's see. We got, we can do these after, right? This is the one I want to show you. This one here was from the MSL, which is Curiosity rover. And this is from Sol 3473 to 3474. So basically 2 days and stuff like that. What I loved about this one here was what's in here. And I've said this, listen, just this landscape alone. Spare me the agony. I mean, look at this. What the hell? You see, it's funny because you see like this hillside, and then all of a sudden you get these random things just boom, right on top. Look at this. That's a nice square right there. Nice straight edge right there. Ah, beautiful. These are not rocks. These are not mountains. There's something else, and they're just making a rock mimicking software. What's funny is, look at, and I showed this before. Look at this. Let's just zoom in. What the hell is that? Come on, guys. Seriously? Let me see now. Yeah, come on. That's just garbage. And like I said, they started changing this during the Curiosity, its mission. Right when they said I'm trying to think if it was, how long that was before that. Yeah, I'm not sure exactly how long it was before that. But they started changing this before they said, oh, by the way, there's another rover going up to Mars. You're like, oh, okay. And I've done this before in a video. And you can see this, what I thought was what looks like a wall of some sort. You can see that. But what intrigued me the most was what this is. And of course, there's other weird stuff around it. I thought this is cool. Look at these two items right here alone. This in the video, I said it looks like it looks like a staircase that's been completely crushed or in ruins with a part of a wall. Now, is that what that is? It's just speculation. Yeah, exactly, Ricardo. Oh, geez, yeah. I recall inhabitant Mars and our alien TV looked into this GigaPan. The fins are real. They're wild. Yeah, because come on. This alone, really? Look at the shape of them. There's two of them almost identical shape. Nah, come on. This right here. You can see what looks like a nice straight edge and like a layer, another one right here, and a connecting piece. Now this could be, to me, this is 50-50, this piece. This could be either natural or not. But again, look at this airbrushing right here. Notice how you can see things underneath it, like the part of this still hill. Part of this hill is right inside this white. Come on. This is not real. This is bull. But these look like, again, like a staircase in ruins. Look behind it, right here. Check this out here. See this piece of white right here? Look at that nice round curvature of this piece. I think these are intelligently made parts. Parts of structures, parts of equipment, or whatever it may be. Renee V said, I just want to tell you I'm really grateful that you're back to the best of the best on the chat and videos. Fantastic chat, fam. I appreciate it, Renee V. I mean, like I said, it takes two. You know what I'm saying? You know, I think I'm fortunate to have a great bunch of people that are in the chat. Jeffrey, you said that's a destroyed building. I mean, the first thing I thought of was a staircase. That's the first thing I thought of. I mean, I don't know what you guys come up with, but I don't know why a staircase and there'd be a wall in the middle of it, unless it went to two different sides of the wall. I don't know. But that's what it reminded me. Look at bottom step, next one. And it just looks like it's all been completely crushed or demolished right here. You have what looks like this weird flat piece right here. Something in the background. Right there. It looks like it's got something round on it. It's got this piece right there. But to me, this is what got me on this, was this right along. I mean, listen, you back off from the pan. And I don't believe this for a minute. These are rocks. Look at this. I mean, you can't help but to say, I smell horse shit. I mean, look at this. Come on. Just go up to them and look at them. You can tell this is like a mimicking software. This is not even real. And they'll take something that, you know, again, you could drop this walkie-talkie on there, and they'll turn around and make it look like a rock. You see the shape of it. You just won't see any details to it and the color and everything else. Look at these items right here. Ricardo said dinosaur bones. Good as guess as any other. I'm going to go ahead and get myself out of the way here. I think whatever these are here on the top, I believe this is parts of a structure. And like I said, they just made it all look like it's just nothing but rock, nothing more. Look at this right here. If you tilt your head right, I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen. Look at this slot right here. With the white right here, you got a slot. This is not a rock. It is not. Look at this piece right here. I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen again. This piece right here. Look at the way this thing is. I got the cursor over right now, and I'll remove it in a second, but it literally comes straight out and then bends downward. And it's a lighter piece than this. Check that out right there. I'm going to go around it with the cursor. Check this out. And again, down below it, you have this whiter piece right here. Look at the slots in here. One here. It's like I've got a brown outside to it, where this one's white, and it's got a slotted piece and another slotted piece. Come on. Yeah, right here. Is that the one you're talking about, Ricardo? He said right to the right of it. Well, he said 3 o'clock. That's roughly. It's right here. But when you look at this, come on, you can see what's been airbrushed over. Look at this slot, and another one right here. It's white. It's a whitish color, a lighter color. That is something intelligently made. And again, and I said always in this way is like, listen, if this is actual technology, then it's encrusted. But the fact that they made this look like almost like these on this hillside, it's a joke. It's an absolutely joke. It's an absolute joke to me. I said, this looked like part of a wall. These pieces right here, like protruding out right here. See this? One here. Another one here. It's more of a skinnier piece. Yeah, there's symmetry on that lower ground. Exactly. I mean, right here, there's a white piece with what looks like a wall type thing. Always jump into these photos and really scrutinize them. Just because from a distance away you go, oh, look at that bunch of, it's a mountain, it's a hill, and nothing more. Look at that. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. We're seeing pictures from another planet. Wow, that's unique. That's cool. Bull. Get into the photo. Look at this. This rock just happens to stand out from every other rock. Supposedly it's a rock. I don't believe it is for a moment. Look at this thing right here. Look at the pieces inside it. It looks like a box type thing. And some pieces, this looks like the letter F right here. Well, at least the shape of it. Looks like a complete box type thing with things inside it. Steve Gardner, he said there must be areas on Mars that are fully preserved. Yeah, I think so too, where maybe it hasn't had that much damage, right? And much less as opposed to some areas. Look at this. How weird is that to see that thing like this and then there's a white piece inside it? You can see the airbrushes. You can see like right here in the middle, you can see like a lighter tan, almost whiter piece. And then you can see like they just went over it like an airbrushing. It's just bizarre. Look at this thing. Look at the way that straight edge of this thing, almost pyramidal shaped, and then you get this thing on the side of it and on the top. Marina, you said, looks like a place after a nuclear blast. There used to be some buildings at spaceport. Yeah, I agree. That's right here. In the center, you get this, what looks like almost a square piece. You can't see the other end or the other side to it, but you can see one 90-degree corner, straight across, another 90-degree, and then back down. See that right there? I'm going to go around it. Mimi, it looks like Tupperware. Russell Romig, he said, the CIA Operation Stargate peeps said that there were buildings built into the hills and mountains on Mars. And that I could probably concur, because I've seen many things that look like they're built into what look like buttes or mountains of that sort. And it would not surprise me in the least bit. Now, I don't see like dirt and rocks. I see what looks like debris. Look at this right here. Right here, this white piece, and smack dab in the middle of the screen. 90-degree corner. Comes down. You can just barely see the other 90-degree. It's whiteage. It's white right there. And you can see right here, there's actually a line. Like it's almost picture like a picture frame, like buried. You can see like, again, the outer edge. And you can see one inside right there. See that? What's going on there, Goat Squeezer? Good to see you in there. He said, the two area nukes went off on Mars is known. Both sent a shockwave around Mars in the opposite direction, which collided with each other. Evidence of those nukes on Mars' atmosphere, too. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We've talked about that many times here. NWO, he said, what if it was man that once lived on Mars? And I've actually said that. We could have been there first, or at some point thousands of years ago, we don't know about, that we could have literally been coexisting, meaning on Earth as well as Mars. Or it was Mars first, right? Look at all this stuff in the background here. Lighter tan pieces right here. And this piece right here. Folks, look at this. 100% intelligently made. This piece right here. But see, again, put a same color over everything. Nothing's got an individual color. But you can still make out the shapes. I'll put it smack dab in the middle of the screen right here. Looks like what looks like a square right here. Connecting with, I don't know if it's metal or what it is, right there. Another square right here with like a black detail to that right there. I'm going to go around it with the cursor. Right there. Look at the shape of it, not so much the color. Again, the white piece above it. Check that out. Ricardo Petrozzi. Dirt, rocks, and debris. Latest #1 release on the Mars Anomalies charts. Yeah. I see debris here. I don't see, look at this. Like, what is that? Look at a straight line in here. All completely blurred out compared to the rest of it, although it looks blurry anyway, but you can see this. I'll back out a little bit. And when you look at, here's one right here. Check this out, right in the middle of the screen. What is this right? Look at the shape of this. It's probably, and I can't say for sure, obviously, but that looks like it's kind of like a metal piece. And I'll go around it again with the cursor. Look at this, like, almost black but gray piece, or multicolored piece right there, with this piece behind it. See that? Right there. Just tilt your head to the right and look at it. What the hell? Come on. You guys are saying it looks like a piano. Yeah, kind of funky, ain't it? There's some way in the background here. What kind of shapes are that? Look at these. Look at these things. What kind of shapes are these right here? Exactly, Ricardo said. It looks like a steel box half buried in the hillside. Alan Snyder said there is so much stuff everywhere. As soon as you focus on one thing, there's something else that catches your eye. Exactly. It's like you just think, oh, it's just got to be one item. People go, oh, they see one item and they think it's something. It's pareidolia. Excuse me. I can look at this mess right here, and that looks all like debris. That doesn't look like just rocks. I mean, what kind of rock has these intricate pieces in them? Look at it. Even though it's blurry, and I get it, it's not that easy to see, but when you just back it up a little bit to clear it up a little bit, it's like you can see like these shapes in the background, like we just went over here. That other white piece right there. White Bear Sky Daddy said, from what Joe White has featured on Out Alien TV, Mars was as diverse as the Edgar Rice Burroughs, John Carter, and Marvel. Yeah, I mean, I think it was the same way. I mean, it's like, it's so, I mean, you can have modern parts to it, you can have ancient parts to it, you can have all kinds of things like that going on, right? Look at this. These are supposed to be rocks. Look at the intricate pieces on these so-called rocks. So you head to the left, you almost got a cross right here. But look at the pieces in here. Yeah. Look at this. What the hell is that stuff in the middle of the screen right there? This like whitish gray piece. You can see it in there. You can see the color's been thrown over this. It's framework of something. I'm not sure what to make of it, but it's something there. The video you did with the boat in the lake is still #1 with myself. Yeah, this is, oh yeah. There's a lot of crazy stuff in these photos. And again, I don't think people stop and take a long enough look at these things. They just go, oh, these guys are just bringing this and making this crap up. There's no such thing. have a good look at it. Nobody's trying to prove anything or jam it down your throat. It's like, just have a look. Be your own, come to your own conclusion. Look at this. Straight parts. Look at this right here in the middle of the screen. Right here. Straight pieces coming up. Nice rounded edge straight across. Right here. Look at all this junk here. It looks like twisted garbage. That's the only way, the best way you can say it. Yeah, we're more in tune with Mars than we are here on Earth. That's a fact. Our bodies are probably more in tune with the gravity there as well. This is the reason why, we have our back issues and stuff like that. Of course, I've got to do with work and everything, but either way, it's like if you were born on Mars, chances are you'd be taller. It'd be definitely physical differences. What is this right here? Straight lines coming down. It looks like almost like a square object right there. I mean, there's so many little things to just stop and look at. And I'll make sure you guys get the links to this. That's a nice block. Ricardo said, since Mars is 2 times longer to orbit the sun than Earth, you'd be half as old as you are now if you were born and lived there. Well, that's what they say. James Gregan, you said, Chris, just below where you first started to zoom in, a huge amount of rock on the hillside. There's what looks like carvings on the flat below it. It'd be hard to go right back to that, but look at this. What the hell is that? Pieces sticking out of the ground here. So that's where Lorena Bobbitt put that. Oh, that's right, he found it. Look at this. Little shapes inside here. Inside this piece up here as well. Equalizer said, it looks like the Antikythera mechanism. Yeah, I'm telling you. A lot of this is literally mechanical parts, just made to look like it's just a landscape. That doesn't look like a rock to me. Sorry. Or it's something that is encrusted and it just happens to be there. But knowing the way that they do this to these photos, it is absolutely being covered up. And that's pretty much it. That's all you can say, right? Marina, you said, it makes me think that there used to be a nuclear war on Mars and Earth. I remember scientists found ancient cities on Earth that looked like after nuclear blast. Yeah, because they had, you had basically glass, right? Where there was nuclear explosions and caused, the heat caused the sand to turn to glass. This is very Indian writings like the Mahabharata talk about great, cities in the sky fighting and everything else. And they found what looked like glass and a lot of the landscape. I don't know if they were in more of the desert areas or what it was, but either way, they had found this. So there's no doubt in my mind, there's definitely proof of 2 large explosions on Mars. They know that for a fact. And the funny part about it is, look at this thing. The funny part about it is that every lander and rover are all north, they're all south rather, and east and west of those whole areas. I mean, the Cydonia region, the Chaos region right to the right of it, they had the smaller explosion on the right and the largest one over the Cydonia region. So, and they have the radioactive isotopes to prove it. I mean, So, and then we look at this, we see debris scattered everywhere. You don't have to be an Einstein to figure this out. Scientifically, searching for extraterrestrials, you said, and there are things on Mars that look like vehicles and cars. Like I showed you before, right? Same thing. I showed you that picture that I like a lot. It looks like some kind of little weird Jeep with another car on the hillside. Absolutely. I think we showed it in the last Hangout. I mean, look at the shapes of this stuff. Look at this. Straight edge going straight across on this. Another one just below it. Designed objects Goes off over here. Goes right across. Look at this right here. This piece right here. Put it right in the middle of the screen. That's up to you, Mimi, if you want me to show the other, because it's held for review. Well, he said, I'm sorry. I saw a car in that crevice. Oh, I know, I saw that too, Steve. Yeah, I know, it looks weird, like a shape one right here. If you turn your head to the right and look at it, almost looks like a body of a car. Now, I'm not saying that's what it is, because it's probably very small, but still, there's many photos that we've seen before that it looks like whatever's on Mars was a lot smaller than what we are. But like I said, the first thing I saw was those what looked like a set of stairs that were in ruins. At least that's the way it looked for me. What the hell is this? Oh yeah. I always see rocks like this in my backyard. This almost looks like a little mini wall right here. What I don't get is that why mainstream geologists and everything else don't have a look at these photos and go, what the hell is the deal here? How do you people think that this is even real? Look at that. Again, a little blurry, had to back out a little bit. Look at this mess. Oh yeah, that's all natural rock, of course. Maureen, you said I can look at these pictures for hours. Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this. And this piece right here. Nice edge coming up. Almost looks rounded here. The black circle type thing on it. These things are ornate. I see a lot of ornate stuff. Look at this. Just happens to be right here. It looks like a rectangular something or other with the details in it. Look at the details. I don't know how this could be passed off as natural. I just don't get it. Look at this thing. Put it right in the middle. Look at this cutout type thing. Almost look at a straight line, nice natural. Well, I should say more smoother. Almost looks natural when you look at the ground behind it, but right here, goes across, then goes down. Nice smooth corner to that. And I said before, and I'll say it again, I don't think this is sky. I think they break it down like that so, you know, you can actually, you think it's the sky itself. I don't think that's where it stops, to be truthful with you. I think there's other objects above this. I think there's much more to it. Look at this. How does that even look real? Now, I understand there may not be actual perfect photos, but on the other side of the token, you know as well as I do, they got at least, high definition, 4K. I mean, even the rover as well as the helicopter, both are 4K cameras on them. Of course, these are not from that one. Look at this right here. See something here. Okay, let me see here. Let me see. Do. Anyway, just answering the question here. Jeffrey said pyramids are power plants and energy weapons. We fought a war with Mars and knocked each other back to the Stone Age. We just knocked a little harder. Well, they say that. There was actually a war in the heavens, right? And a lot of these ancient civilizations speak of this, war in the heavens and stuff like that. Both on the moon, Mars, here on Earth. I don't doubt it. Now, can I prove that? Can I say, yeah, without a doubt? No. But there's a lot of evidence. A lot of evidence pointing that way. We don't have to be there to not say, well, if you weren't there, then clearly you don't know what you're talking about. Don't need to be there. All I can do is look at the evidence. Evidence speaks for itself. I already looked at this here. There's another piece here. Check this out. Looks like another part of a building of some sort, or some kind of straight wall piece. Another one up here. Look at this here. That's neat. Alan Snyder, you like that, huh? The Lorraine Bobber joke? James Reagan, thank you again for your support always, as always, my friend. Chris, is that sand on the hill or a NASA blur? Yeah, I think it's a NASA blur. Because I've seen that many times where you just go, oh, come on. I think it's right here. These two pieces right here. Just look at some of the parts in here. Look at this. I bet if you take the burn tool and went over this lightly, you see, look at the shapes right here. At the very top of this so-called rock. Check that out. Make it brighter, details fade. Bring it back out, bring the lines back out, boom. Whatever's there will pop. What's over here? Interesting. Jeremy Hilliard, he said, there was and maybe still are insectoid aliens on Mars. Starship Troopers kind of had that idea. Yeah, I know that would be pretty creepy as hell too, wouldn't it? That'd be our luck. We go up there, hey, we're going to start a colonization. Over your dead body. Imagine them little bastards coming out. Funky looking rock. And you can see it's been doctored over. Yeah, I don't believe this for a moment. I think these at the top are definitely not rocks at the very top. These wannabe boulders. There's some 90-degree corners for you there, right there, and folks. Looks like you can just see maybe the corner of one here. There's 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh yeah, all natural. What's going on, anti-gravity? Good to see you in there. Goat Squeezy said the wars of the heavens. That's because I went down and jumped in on the second sentence. The war of the heavens, which was the war between Amalek and Mars. Ricardo said, I see masonry scattered everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. What look like walls and straight lines everywhere. I thought for a minute there, those were rover tracks. Because you got to keep in mind, they don't give you a scale on this, right? So let's suppose these were rover tracks. And look at them. 1, 2, 3. Of course, this looks like it's been kind of circled around, but look at 1, 2. What's the chances of that being? Now, keep in mind, this is what I have a problem with, folks. If they have as many windstorms as they claim, okay, would these lines still be here on the ground? Would they still be there? Would they not be dusted over at some point? Right? If this was actual tracks of the rover, which right here doesn't make sense, But if it was, how big would these, what look like these little stairs right here, be? Very small. But this wouldn't be the first time we've seen something that looks very small, which, you know, to ourselves we go, that doesn't make any sense. I don't know. You know what I mean? There's an old brick oven. No, I'm just kidding. I'm not sure what that is, but look at that. Looks like it has that side to it right there, a corner. Then it looks like it kind of protrudes outward. What looks like a darker space inside here. This right here. Oh yeah, that's all natural. It's that solid swamp gas. It just turned to a solid. That's what it is. We've been doing it all wrong here, folks. I agree, Ricardo. You said those are extremely regular space lines, and exactly right. Look at there's some here as well. Right here, right here. It's almost like something was built here and it's completely wiped. Look at this one here. Boom, and back down. See that? Another line here. This is what I'm saying. There's just so much here that just screams intelligence as opposed to natural. More lines. Somebody was just saying it looks like Nazca lines kind of thing going on. Keep in mind when you see these, what look like, when I say like almost looks like it's walls, look inside, you can see little bits and pieces of white like kind of showing outward. Like just boom, just right there. That's right here. Eroded metal. That white right there in the middle of the screen. Just back it up just a hair bit. Try to get it a little bit clearer. Scientifically, certified extraterrestrial, you said there are lots of artificial things in this GigaPan. Absolutely. It's insane just how much is in here. You can look at this thing all day long and just find something new. Almost promise you. This is how you know this is crap. Look at this. Even in the sunlight, just go up to it. It's all fuzzy and everything else. And like I said, this is a rock mimicking software. That's the best way to describe it. That's what's going on here. Look at this nice thin wall right here. Like an edge of something. Something that probably eroded over time. Could have been something metal. How do we know? Like I said, I just, sometimes you have a problem thinking about this because you're going, okay, talk about a lot of wind. Of course, even a 300-mile-an-hour wind, they said, is probably equivalent to more about a 60-mile-an-hour wind here. I get that. But would there be sharp edges everywhere if it was constantly being eroded? You think it'd be a lot more smoother corners than there would be sharper. Now, that doesn't mean that there can't be, right? Like this right here. This thing's sticking straight out. You can see the shadow to it underneath it. But look at the white area right here. Look at it, nice and smooth. Comes up, goes like this in the front, and it looks like it may go back down. Right there in this white edge. It's like a white, multicolored edge. This has been airbrushed in that color to hide whatever this thing is. Even right here on the bottom to the left corner. That is more of a whiter. Of course, you see other colors in there. But you can see that. This thing, to me, is intelligently made. And again, they're making it look like it's not. It's just a rock. Marina, he said, those do not look like rover tracks. I remember how the wheel of the rovers looked like. They could be a giant vehicle or just made by hand by somebody. Yeah, absolutely. And that's why I said the same thing as far as these, when I say it looks like tracks, they're not. Well, here's the thing. I remember, here, hold on. Okay, there we go. What I was going to say was, like, if you look at Perseverance compared to Curiosity rover had a space on the wheel that in Morse code said JPL, okay? This rover does not. So in other words, and it doesn't have straight tread pattern like this either. And even if it did, and I don't believe that it does, now that I think about it. I think it's the same thing almost like the Curiosity, but the difference is they don't have that bar across, then in Morse code it says JPL. This is not the same thing. It almost looks like there was something put there, or somehow, I don't know what could have made that, to do those lines the way that they do. Again, like down here. Like there was something there at one time, and all you're seeing is just a remnant of it, and that's pretty much it, right? Mimi, you said it looks like a message. Yeah, I know, I thought of that too. I'm thinking, okay, tilt my head this way, tilt my head that way. Can we make out what that is? Not really. And this right here, the smooth right here, looks like almost like a smooth concrete type thing next to that other piece. Look at this little piece right here. I'm going to put it right in the middle of the screen, right there. Something right here on the ground, of course it's blurry, and there's 1, 2, 3, 4 corners to that. I'll put it right in the middle of the screen as well. Blurry, let me just back out a hair bit right there. See that? Nice round circle here. Go around it with the cursor. I don't know. I don't know, folks. I see this stuff and I'm just going, whoa, holy shit. Look at this right here. What the hell is this running along this so-called rock? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Are these separate items? And they just happen to be lined up on this rock? Looks like there's 6 of them there. Or at least something sticking out of the rock. Renee Cruz, he said, and look, it says extraterrestrial alien language SOS etched on the ground. Jeffrey, you said totem pole. I don't know, it just looks like, yeah, because it is stacked like that, right? But if we were to kind of flip our heads to the left, it's something, whatever this thing was, it might be just something that was, it's part of whatever this item is. It just happens to have these, like appendages sticking out. Like this piece here looks like it's flat at the very top and it has this kind of curve to it right there. The second one up, right there, flat on the top, sticking out. Almost looks like there's a circle right behind it. Right there. I don't know. Okay, thank you, Ricardo. He said, link to this GigaPan is on the Discord also now. So, we appreciate that. I've seen many number written on Mars, the number 7 and 5, it is strange. Yeah, you'll see a lot of that. Yeah, you'll see a lot of that. A lot of 3s, I think. Look at this. How does anybody, wow, depending on if you tilt your head to the left or to the right, check that out. No way is that. You can see it's like stacked. It's like right here you can see the edge. If you turn your head to the right a little bit, tilt it, you got the left, nice straight piece. It looks like there's a higher piece stacked on top of that. Whatever that is. Jeffrey Eaton, IKEA shelves. Hard to tell. I shipped it all the way there and they never used it. This looks like a piece. I'm not sure what to make of that. Goes across. Nice curvature right there and then back down. It turns like a white lighter color. What could that be? Yeah, like I said, you can't help but to see a lot of stuff here. A good majority of it is ornate. It just doesn't look natural. Oh yeah. You notice how this is like more like hazed out than the rest of the area? They're trying to hide here. Whatever it is, it has like an indentation here. It has something that actually looks like it's more protruding. 1, 2 very faintly, and it almost looks like a third right there. Like 3 things right here in the center of the screen. 1, 2, and 3. So when you folks first seen this, now again, I'd done this in the video a while back. What was your first thought? Be honest. What did you think that was? Along with these fin things on the left and upward above this. Where did you guys see this? And even the stuff in the back. You can see this right here in the background, like I said. What's your first impression when you first seen this? Before I even said a word, whether you've seen the video or not, what did you think? Mr. Jean Ward's in the house. What's going on? Good to see you in there. There you go, Jean. What do you think these things are? First glance, what do you think they were? There's no right or wrong answer, folks. There really isn't. It's what it is. I mean, we can only speculate as to what they are, but what is your first impulse, or what's your first thoughts when you see this stuff? So again, first question when you look at any picture or GigaPan, whatever it may be, is it natural? Does it look natural? Does it look unnatural? Second question is, what is it? How long has it been there? Of course, we'll never know any of this. It's like as far as erosion, how if it was taken apart by a war or whatever it might be. All right, so we got everything from, and it's good that we got stairs, castle, cathedral, ruins, erosion or corrosion, uncontrolled demolition, step pyramids, which Jean said. That's definitely a building structure. Mimi, swamp gas. See, I think I'm going to go with the swamp gas. It looks more like swamp gas to me. Plus, it's the solid form. Definitely war, temple parts. Oh, weather balloon. See? God, guys. You guys got all pareidolia. It's just swamp gas and balloons. Man. Yeah, exactly, Alan. You know, you said stairs in part of a wall. It is artificial, Joey Centofanti said. Stairs. They come in structure. I mean, the first thing I thought was, like I said, like I said, if you were to go to any city that's been war-torn, it looks like broken down stairs. Again, you can almost see each independent step. Is that what it is? There's no way of knowing. We've always said this, right? Marini said, it reminds me of Sydney Opera House. Well, okay, yeah. Again, we have these things in the back. You can see this round white piece or this shaped piece in here, and it comes off in this almost like a round point to it right here. I see a bunch of junk laying here. I see what looks like a wall, or it could be a stairs and something else. And these here, what the hell? And you can see, folks, look around this. Fake sand, not real at all. Look at the way it's been airbrushed. Right here. You can just see how it's very faint right there, and then it gets really heavy into this. Yeah, I see rocks like this all the time, folks. Come on now. Come on. These are rocks. Herb says, I have a theory. We're open to it. Mars recently discovered asteroid under Earth. Discovery asteroid under Earth's ice blocks, etc. Interesting. Okay, Mars recent discovery asteroid under Earth's ice blocks. Okay. White Bear Sky Daddy. And keep telling you it's Martian geology, but you all want to believe your lying eyes. We can't help it. It's all pareidolia. You know that. Come on now. I don't know, Jeffrey. I mean, I agree with you to a certain degree, but a lot of these, if you have to agree that this does not look, this looks like it's been war-torn. That's the way it looks like to me. And so if it is, if there were structures, which is a very good possibility, I know they were a part of. There's no doubt in my mind. He said, because you said there's no Photoshop or blurring at all. Those are all pristine alien, buildings. After all, it is alien. NASA's watching this live stream and they're laughing their asses off. I'm not sure about all of that. I don't agree because, like I said, there's a lot of what looks like I said, ruins. And just look around anywhere. Like, perfect example. Even though this is in the shade, what kind of texture is that? Even if we go into the lighted areas, you just don't buy it. And this is in the shade as well, and it doesn't look like this. This is nasty texturing. This is the way they did this is not right. But they don't care in a sense because they're going, listen, as long as what is here we can cover up, that's all that matters to us. They can say, wow, the quality sucks. As long as you don't know what it is, it doesn't matter to them. Here's a perfect example of this stuff. What's this right here? Look at these two things protruding right here. They got shadows. You've got this right here. You can see something under it, under the airbrushing right there. You can see that. There's white piece right here. I know, Jeffrey, I know. He said sarcasm. Tiffany Twisted says, Mars was nuked. Absolutely. Jean Ward, you said eroded reinforced concrete. I agree. At least that's the way it looks to us, right? I'm seeing that, and it looks like part of a structure. There's no doubt in my mind. If it is, in fact, stone, and it didn't just doctored up to make it look like, but you can see the way this looks. It looks like it's been ripped apart. Look at it. Excuse me. You can see that. Looks like a good sized thick wall. It's been all busted up. But here, again, I have to go with Photoshop really bad on this stuff. Because you can see what looks like whiter pieces in different shapes. Look at right underneath that. There's a piece that does this. It goes straight, down to the right, goes back up to the left, and goes outward. See this piece? Right there. And then, of course, you got this piece that comes out. Has a nice round front to it, like I said earlier. Check that out. No way is that natural. Come on. It's been photoshopped. They're literally censoring these photos, and I don't mean in a bad way. But they don't care. As long as you don't see what it actually is, they don't give a damn. But how do you leave this in a photo? And this? That, to me, is enough to raise a red flag. Although they'll say, well, it's just weathering. It's just the way it... Really? Almost the same exact shape? Oh, yeah, he said Chris is done with computer and human touch. Oh, absolutely. This is the reason why they have a CGI department. It's exactly the reason why. But why they chose to leave this in here is beyond me. Because, I mean, that just red flags all over the place. Now, whether you know exactly what it is, we'll never know. But if you've seen enough of these photos, you know that that's definitely not real. Regarding, I told you, dinosaur bones. It's a possibility, but they'd have to be a really big damn dinosaur. These are, I don't know, I guess it depends on the size, right? What are you thinking? Martian Stegosaurus? I mean, not trying to be funny here. I'm just saying because that is like the kind of creature we have where they had the plates and everything sticking out type thing. Marini said spacecraft crashing into Mars could have some nuclear bombs on board. That's a possibility. Although they claim that they've actually seen these two explosions. They were in the low orbit of Mars, so that it can do more devastation, more widely done as opposed to hitting the ground. And that was in the 1941 was it, guys? That these two explosions occurred. And I even said this. I said, listen, as morbid and as dark as we want to go, and I said, what happens if there was a civilization on here and we seen they were defenseless and we did this to them? How do we know? Anything so we could take over the planet. Let the nuclear, basically wasteland just literally dissipate the radiation. I mean, if you think about 1941, close to give or take, up to this point, how long did it take for Chernobyl to actually start to clear up? Although they say you still can't literally go there and live, compared to when it was years ago, you can literally go through there and not hurt yourself. But they wouldn't recommend you live there. Not a good idea. However, it's a lot easier now to go there. So if they go, okay, if we're going to plan for 2035, 2040 to go to Mars, okay, which incidentally is kind of a weird, if you think about 2035, 2040, think about 2040. What were we just talking about? The sun, we were talking about suspicious observers, where you say is going to happen to planet Earth, timestamp. We look at, what they're saying, how they want to go to Mars and start. Imagine that. It's like, let's get the hell off this planet while we can before we're like all dead. Miri actually said a turbine. Well, yeah, I mean, could be a bunch of them, and the other ones are buried under the ground because this one here is at an angle. I don't know. Yeah, I know, and I agree with you, Whitebeard Sky Daddy. There's really no, there's no scale on this. There's no way to know. Now, I could back way out, and I don't believe that the rover's in this. I could be wrong. No, it's not in there. You can see that, but see, that's just weird, man. It's just, I did a video a while back that it literally looks like toys on the ground, and the Curiosity was just maybe 6 to 10 feet away from these things on the ground. It looked like a toy car, some kind of weird little other piece that had like an end to it. It looked like it was see-through. Just weird stuff. And it had a black box right next to it. And these things weren't but this big. They were very small. And because you could see the comparison of the rover, and it was just beyond the rover, and you could see it. It's just weird. Joey Centofanti said, if we could only see underneath this junk. Absolutely. Let me see here. Sweet. There you go, folks. Someone else is on the moon. Yep. I think I showed you guys these books before. Zachariah Stitchin, The 12th Planet. Oh, I'm going to do it this way. This one here, which is a good book, The Epic of Gilgamesh. And it's actually faded out because of the software here. And of course, we got Graham Hancock's Fingerprints of the Gods. So, yeah. Good reads. Cat's over there, like, relaxing, like, her life is tough. Silly goose. But, yeah, I mean... Mimi said maybe it belonged to a statue. Very good possibility. It could have very well been part of a foundation of one. Jeffrey, you said if Earth is in danger, then Mars is too. Absolutely. Absolutely. So I'm not sure what they plan to do. Because like you said, if you think about it, what planet's closer? You know what I mean? And then they're both in the Goldilocks zone, so Mars and Earth, yeah, we're all screwed. But it depends too. I mean, the intensity of any kind of CME, geostorms or sunspot storms or any of that sort, depends on our magnetic shield. if you will. Depends on a lot of things. Oh, you got them too, Ricardo? You said good selection of the books there, Chris. I have them all in my library also. Absolutely. Yeah, George Leonard is right about somebody else living on the moon. They either did or they do. One of the two, right? Scientifically searching for extraterrestrials says Mars is real cold. It is, but it isn't. Again, Mars has its 4 seasons just like we do, right? And like I said before, they stated that the Curiosity rover registered 104 degrees Fahrenheit on Mars in the shade. And it kind of makes sense. You go, well, wait a minute. You know, the distance from the sun compared to Earth, and then you go, okay, how is that possible? Well, if they claim that there really is no atmosphere, or, you know, nothing to really protect Mars from, or filter it, if you will, then, where are you going? Then, you know, it could very well get hot like that, and then at night cool down extremely, get cold. But it does actually get pretty darn warm on Mars. You know, people don't think so, but it does. What? Was that you crying? What? Come here. What is it? Come here. She's over there crying. I don't know what the deal is here. Our star is back. Jean, you said it gets pretty warm at the equator. Absolutely. Renee Cruz, speeds of 200 miles per hour. Yeah, but you got to remember, Mars is totally different from here, where, like I said, they can say like a 300 mile an hour wind here on Earth is like 60 miles an hour there. But, yeah, it's... What are you doing? Let me see. Oh, that's pretty funny. Hung meow, that's good. Yeah, she's loving this now, like, oh yeah, this feels good. Indeed, there is no atmosphere in Mars. Yeah, it can get hot too. Well, the thing is, it's like, I mean, there's a slight atmosphere. It's nothing like we have here, right? But the funny thing about it is they kept saying that it's going away every year. It's like, wait a minute. If they had such a catastrophic event, it would have been almost pretty much gone, right? You wouldn't have had that. It would have been gone. Oh, yeah. Now you're going to walk around now, right? Want to get down? Come on, baby. Oh, you want to go on there? No, you're going to hit the... Say bye. Yep, kitties, woo Mars. Enrico, if we are in the Goldilocks zone, then where are the bears nearby? Jean Ward said, I thought I saw the putty tat. Huh. I'll tell you what, what? Oh, damn me, if... Okay, hold on, where did this thing go? Oh shit, it jumped on me here, damn it. Oh, what I was going to say about her as well, the male cat that we have, you can probably afford to lose a few pounds, so she chased him around the house. It's funny as heck. He's probably thinking, oh God, kid, go to sleep. Yeah, oh, what a cold night. Yeah, there you go. McCarty said even though Mars lacks the all-encompassing magnetic field Earth has, it has lots of mag spots across the planet, which it helps protect those areas, which is true. It's very spotty, right? It's all over the place. It's not like we have one that covers the entire Earth. Now, some areas are weaker and some are stronger, but they have like different magnetic, you know, I'm sorry, what do you call it? Magnetic fields in certain spots. And I think that's where they're going to land if they're going to do anything, because it would make sense to be in those areas, right? And be pretty much protected. Jeffrey, he said, I believe absolutely nothing NASA tells us about Mars. I think Mars is exactly like Earth. Atmosphere, seasons, water, breathable air, the whole 9 yards. And I got to agree with you on that one. Absolutely, because I've seen this before myself. I've said this about water on Mars, and I'll be damned if they didn't come out with it. I said that there was, because they claim there's more oxygen lower to the ground, which may very well be. But there's water, H2O, not just carbon ice kind of bullshit, right? So, and I was like, no, this planet's definitely got water on it. I mean, what's putting it back on the poles? Now they say, well, because of the atmospheric pressure, you can get this carbon ice, and it makes sense. We have it here on Earth. But I said, but it's the way it shows, like the seasons. You can look it up on Google, the seasons, where you see it go away and come back. Like they shrink and they come back. And it's like, okay, but it has to be more than just carbon ice, because ours does the same thing. There's actually H2O under this carbon, right? So, and the same thing applies to Mars. And like I said, they had you guys know the story where I said they had the scientist that works, and he's the one that worked on the drill for the Curiosity rover. And if you look at it, it's got like a tube, and then with the drill bit coming down through the center of it, and when they drill it, it literally picks up soil as well. And they said it clogged. They said, what do you mean it clogged? Are you saying there's water on it? Yeah, we found out there's a water cycle in Gale Crater. And I said, I'll be damned. And then they came out with the water. They said there was water there. Then there's a lake under the ground near the South Pole. It's like a mile wide. Yeah, there's a lot more going on than they're saying. And I agree with you. I think it has, proper air pressure. I think it has enough air. I think it's more than what they're claiming. What? You want to come up? Come on. Come on. She must be lonely. Oh, you're meowing. Oh yeah, Jean, you were just talking to Ricardo. Yeah, there's enough methane, or methane, depending on how you want to pronounce it, on the planet. There's no doubt. They've seen big plumes of it. The Curiosity rover registered that, and so then they have the, I believe it was the Maven spacecraft that went into low orbit and sniffed it out as well. And this happens seasonally when it gets warm out. Imagine that. I wonder what could do that. Anti-gravity says they lied? No. Ricardo, the age-old question, is it moist or damp? A good question. Oh, I believe there is, when Jimmy said that about the flowing liquid on Mars, I don't know about flowing, but I know there's definitely standing water. Because it does actually have water on there. They always claim that it's below the surface, right? And it was, I forget how much, liters or whatever it was per square footage, or I forget what it was. It was bizarre. Oh, I have the teacher show anomalies. Mars anomalies, what do you call it? Mascot. Soon the cat will jump onto the table and walk in front of the camera. If I didn't have the keyboard here. Renee says, well, it's a tiny kitty. Yeah, she was actually smaller than this when we got her. Upper respiratory problems and everything else. And I said, well, and she was just one of the many cats back there. Mom and the brother was still there. And somebody just took her brother in. But she was like really gunked up in the eyes and everything else, had major issues. So I said, well, this cat, two things are going to happen with her eyes like that. One, she's going to be attacked by a predator, because raccoons will jump on a small cat like this all day long. And two, she won't be able to eat. So that's a double whammy. And she was really extremely skinny. Now she's like, needs Jenny Craig. But I'm just glad to see her that, filling out, and she's definitely a lot happier. John the Waddell, when did you start doing live streams? I don't know. It's been a while. We were up to the 150th live stream. Been doing a few. I'm not sure when I started it, but... And where there is oxygen, maybe water, and road at night and fog at night in the morning from sun. Absolutely, Oliver. Absolutely. Yep. She's purring. Should take the mic off, let you hear her purr, and she's like... Oh. What? You're gonna get all comfy now, Amina. Oh, it's hilarious. Anti-gravity, you said when? Years back? Oh, yeah. Meow. Raccoons' lives matter, Chris. Ricardo, are you up in New Hampshire? He's saying Derry, Londonderry. Marini said Martian kitty. Yeah, pretty much. You should see her. She's literally sprawled out on her side on my lap. It's hilarious. And she's loud when she purrs. Yeah, I know. James, you're right. I was just looking at that. I wonder why I'm getting hungry here. Russell, you said that looks like a fossilized tree trunk. Well, yeah. Uh-oh, she's getting on the table. You want to look? Come on. I don't think you'll be able to see her in the camera, though. Yep, there's her head. There she is. Oh, that's funny. I just got to see what I'm drinking here. You can't have that. That's what you need, more sugar. Should be running all over the joint. Yeah. Come on. Over here. See the people. Come in. Over here. She's like, nah, I think I'm just going to wander all over the counter here. There she goes. She's after my drink again. You don't want that. That's not good for the kitty. Why are you calling her, John? There she goes. Oh, she's walking all over the computer again. You can't walk all over the computer. She's walking all over the other computer there. Say bye-bye, people. Oh, you're black, so your head's fainting. Oh, all right, all right. Here you go. Stroke City. All right, let me put you over here. Oh, yeah. She's a... Oh, yeah, we just won't put it like that to see with it. What are you meowing about? Oh. She said, meow, I'm about to tear your shit up. And she's going to go over there and start messing with everything over there. But I'm going to leave you with this image. And we're going to jump on off this bad boy because I'm like getting real hungry. I'm like, man, I didn't realize it was that late already. Thank good Lord. Yeah, we just had we just gained an hour yesterday. So we had to turn our clocks back. So it probably kind of messed up a few people going, what the hell? You know, what time is what? You know, what? Oh my God. If you guys would have seen that, you just would have went, oh my God. Come on. Here. She literally meowed at me and went like this and stuck her paw out. Friggin' hilarious. Don't fall. Yeah, I'm going to get a jump off of this bad boy, and she'll probably jump off me too in the process. But anyway, thanks for everybody joining. Appreciate you guys. Thank you for all the support. Do not break your neck off my shoulder. Yeah, don't do that. Thanks for everybody being here again. It's been awesome to be able to spend time, as usual. You guys know that. Thanks for all the support. You guys are awesome. Couldn't ask for a better bunch of people, and she's going to get down over here anyway. Where you going? Where you going? Don't fall. I don't want her to fall. Come on, get up here. There you go. Whew. Be my luck. She's falling and feel bad because you break her neck. But anyway, let me jump off this bad boy, get something to eat before I fall down here on the mic and on the camera. That wouldn't be good. And where do you think you're going? My lap. Okay. So everybody, have yourself a great week coming up. Mondays always bite it, but at least, you know, it is what it is. It's back to work. We don't mind, right? That's what put money on the table. What? Get out of there. Don't bite that wire. I will let you guys go. Be safe, everyone. Thanks for watching, and we'll talk to you guys soon. More videos coming up, by the way. I'm going to try to get one out probably be right around Wednesday-ish. Only because Mondays and Tuesdays are completely, you know, complete kaputs for me because I'm always like real busy on them days. So I'm going to try to get one out right around Wednesday-ish. So stay tuned for that. And like I said, just thanks for joining me, guys. Much love to everybody out there. Be cool. We'll talk to you soon. Peace. Just another thank you to James. Appreciate you doing that. All your support as usual. Where are you going? And Kitty's back up on my chair again. Chris and everyone tonight, including Jean Ward, another great hangout and great comments from everyone again. So take care and be safe. Talk soon, friend. All right, James, again, thanks. I appreciate that. Have yourself a good one. We'll talk to you guys soon.